People, here we go. Y'all ready for this? Free Play Friday. Playing some Bless in the Dark. Bless Unleashed. Beta Day 2. Gonna play some of this. Probably do a little bit of Apex as well, because Apex is a guilty pleasure of mine and I need it in my life. I've given up a lot of things in my life, video games in general, and Apex is not going to be one of them. Sorry for the delay. I was super stressed out earlier from the dog. I need to get in the right headspace, or else I would have been a miserable piece of trash on here tonight. Excuse me, do this. Hold on. Just saw a crazy post on Facebook from this guy. The guy I know lied about winning the lottery. And let's see, he's says 5 hours ago he posted, you dumb fucks. Lie and manipulate to get what you want and play the oh so sad what was me story. I lost everything and have nothing, so you have to buy it all from me and replace, or I can't be here anymore. Losers. Oh yeah, I'm great. This was just a retaliation post. At the time I wrote it, the person saw it and knew it was for. Oh man, I gotta do that on the phone. I have the picture on the phone. Yeah, what up, Ozzy? It is going. It's a little stressful. A little stressed out today. Yeah, sorry. I just saw that you sent me a thing on Xbox hours ago. Asked me if I was going to stream. I was planning on streaming early. But Opie just drained my life force right out of me. I couldn't do it. Could not do it. Literally dead. What's up, Zeddy? Oh no. The kicking of the ass. Oh no. Yes, I do. I get it. Oh yeah, I remember him. Yeah. I hope he's a fucking douche bag today. A douche bag. Nothing. He's been stressing me out. Well, you were there for earlier, and that just kind of carried on, and then I walked him because I haven't walked him in a couple days because my foot injury, and I was gonna walk him today. I was gonna walk him yesterday. I was gonna try, and then it was raining. It was pouring, so I didn't. And then I'll decided. I told Kim I'll walk him tomorrow, and then I don't know, 8 o'clock. She's like, yeah, you still gonna walk him or whatever? I was supposed to take the air conditioners out and stuff. And then I'm like, yeah, I'll walk him. You think I should walk him first or do the air conditioners? She said, walk him first, get that done. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll do that. So I walk Opie first because he's already out. Chips was still locked up. So I walk Opie. I figured he's the one that needs to walk. He's got crazy energy. I walk him. He was a fucking terrorist on the walk. He was so bad, ridiculous. And then then I'm like super fed up, and I walk Chibs, and I'm still kind of in that frustrated mindset, and I walk him, and Chibs isn't nearly as bad, especially on walks. He's much better on walks than Opie, but I was already fed up, like, from all day. So I wasn't a good walk with Chibs either, and I came home, and I was actually thinking about not even streaming. I was thinking about just going to bed early and just oh, Ozzy, thank you for the host, buddy. I appreciate that. I hope when you start you feel better. Yeah, I'm just starting to stream now. I feel a little bit better than I did earlier, but I still am not quite in the right headspace, and that's what I was waiting for. So I come home and I'm just like, I might just take off. Maybe I'll color some pictures like a child, and I'll just go to bed early and I'll whatever. And then talking to Kim a little bit, and she's like, well, no, like, stream. This is what you want to do. You should stream. You should just keep that routine going. And, like, right. Right. And I'm like, I mean, that sounds good, like, in theory. But, like, then I think, like, it all kind of snowballed. So I think, like, let me put on this Xbox quick. I think, like, okay, I didn't really get to relax today because of Opie. So now I got to go to work tomorrow, and I'm still not really relaxed, and I'm kind of frustrated. So I think to myself, like, oh, so I have work tomorrow, and it's like, I'm dreading that, even though it's like 15 or 18 hours away. I'm dreading it. And then I'm thinking, like, oh, well, you mean, like, I don't want to, like, work these bullshit jobs for $10 an hour ever again, but, like, the rest of my life, which is kind of where I'm shoehorned in because of my past. And then it's like, well,
Yeah.
maybe streaming could work out, but then I remember, like, oh, like, only, like, I don't know, maybe I get 5 people in sometimes, and it's like, so that's clearly not going anywhere, and it just kind of, like,
So you're discouraged.
Yeah.
You're discouraged.
so
from
the
that,
whole
yeah.
thing just, like, very, very fucked up.
Did you start?
Yeah. What's up, Chip?
Yes or meow?
What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy?
Oh, come on.
So, what character are you playing now?
I'm just playing my mage right now. That's what I've been playing when I'm not
Okay.
with you.
Okay, well then, yeah, so your Crusader, is like the same level as my mage, right?
Yo, like literally in the same part of the mission, too.
Okay, so let me.
I haven't been playing my Crusader when you're not, so.
Alright, then I'll leave him alone.
Like, I can hop on my Crusader after,
Yeah, no,
after
that's
this.
fine.
It's just, I'm
She started streaming.
fucked.
Started streaming.
Okay, they totally made the Geese Warden harder. Like, this is ridiculous.
You can back me up.
They didn't, they totally took his,
Not in here. You
they
can back
totally
me up.
took away his ability to heal.
The game is on my floor. I'll tell you what they're doing it.
The floor's fine.
Because I was melting him. I was melting him last time. Like, in the last
Right.
beta. And this beta,
Let's see. As you said, alright, so you said BRB, that's why I didn't comment on this, but he said he's got 122 followers, which is awesome. That's good shit. Is that on Mixer, I guess, Ozzy? And he said,
maybe
yeah,
it's
or
on
Twitch. Well, he's on Mixer now, that's why I said that, but it might be on Twitch. Or it might be on Instagram, I don't know. Either way, it's more than I have. And he said how many people can play this. I don't know how many can be in a... I guess probably at least 5 can be in a party.
5.
Um,
5-person
Yeah.
party, yeah.
but
there might be like up to 15, but oh, come on. Thank God I just took down the Geese Gordon. Nice. Second try. Okay, good.
I don't think I did a Crusader.
That was a pain. That was a pain in the dick.
Pain in the dick.
So I ended up
Oh,
ordering
did you? Yeah.
pizza.
Pizza, man. So Ozzy says Mixer. So he's got 122 followers on Mixer. That's pretty awesome. Congrats.
That's
Doing
pretty
better
good.
than I am.
That's spam, right?
Yep.
Like
Yep.
Armored Aussie. Okay.
Oh my god, it's kind of terrifying.
Because I know they're the same person. I know they're the same person. It's just it depends on his gamer tag and his
Yeah.
Or are they two different accounts? Is that
Yeah,
what it
they're
is?
two different Mixer
Two different
accounts.
or-
Or no. He might have changed his Mixer name.
His gamer tag
Right.
is Ram River
Yeah.
or whatever, right? And his mixer is
Mhm.
Armored Aussie.
Yes. Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
You can join. That's hot. You can join the party. I don't know if you have this downloaded or not.
Go ahead, man.
Bless Unleashed beta. It's an open beta, so you can download it for free. And when it comes out, it'll be free to play. But yeah, feel free to join.
So this is the second day of the beta, Joe.
Mhm.
And I was just looking at the thing. Bigger turnout now for this game than there was in the closed beta, of course. Almost twice
Oh,
as many people
nice.
have come into the game. Yeah. What's up, Ram?
What's going on, buddy?
Probably just plugging in his headset.
I don't know, bro. It's. I don't know. Let's make this a little blue fella. Inner fur color.
Apparently,
What do you-
Minecraft is the way to go.
Do what?
Is it just me or
You
can
wanna
you
get
barely
Yeah,
hear?
you are kind of quiet.
Ah, yeah. I had my mic.
Yes,
Is that
yes,
better?
yes, yes.
There you go. Yeah.
No, it's down, yeah. I was gonna say, Minecraft is definitely the way to go these days if you want followers.
You got it through Minecraft.
Everybody wants to watch. Everybody
I got
wants to watch.
heaps on mine
Nice.
for some reason.
Right now, the hottest things to gain followers on is Minecraft and surprisingly, like for like finding new people to play because people are constantly changing streams or whatever. They say like if you play like the NBA games, if you play the basketball games,
Really?
Really?
like you can get a,
Oh.
yeah. I was like just because people actually switch the switch their like the stream constantly where you know when it comes to like stuff like Apex. Okay, put some water there. Yeah.
Nice. I'm gonna start
So like
streaming
stuff
if you
like
guys
No,
don't
not at all.
mind.
oh go ahead.
Just so
Yeah,
if anyone
stuff like
doesn't.
Apex, PUBG, and Fortnite. What ends up happening is like people don't really go into other people's streams as often. They find their set
Yeah.
streamer, and if that person's on, they just watch that person exclusively, right?
exactly.
Like people will sit in Ninja's stream for
For hours, yeah.
five, 6 hours and literally check nobody else, right? They want to watch Fortnite, so they just watch Ninja.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
which is all cool and all.
Fuck
you
that.
know,
That's not cool.
You do what you.
See, normally
Oh,
I
yeah.
check around.
Yeah. Oh, of course, exactly. And there's this one mixer guy who's getting really big when it comes to Apex, and a lot of people are watching him. I'll look at his name. But he's starting to become like the Apex, the ninja of Apex.
Yeah. Be honest. Wait, what? Oh my god, I have to agree to a lot of stuff. No! The gaming will get
Alright,
connected.
What are you
No
playing,
fun.
Ram?
He's
Same
gonna be
game as
playing
me.
some Bless with us.
Oh, okay.
I need to sign up though, because this is the first time I've opened it.
Yeah.
So I'm making an Ippen priest. Yeah.
Ippen Priest? Nice.
What do you guys think I should be?
I don't know. Depends on what your play style is. What you like to. Mages are. I have a mage and a ranger so far. I played a priest in the closed beta, and I really enjoyed it. Mages, you kind of sit still, but you do a lot of damage. Rangers is a little bit more movement, and you don't do as much damage. I didn't really find the ranger as fun as I thought I would. Like I played, like
It's a lot of fun, but it's not.
I played archers in like other games, and I enjoyed it.
Wow, your password.
I didn't really like it in this one. But like,
What
What
was
the
that,
hell?
Ram?
Why does it have to have a special character after it?
I
Like an exclamation
that's my
mark or
go-to
something? I don't
after-
get that.
I do it in all mine because sometimes they need it, sometimes they don't. So just after my password, always an exclamation point.
That's the first time it has ever done that for me.
A special character in your password?
Passwords and stuff, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because now I'm probably gonna forget this password and be like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna tell
I
you
put
this
it
right
in
now.
here.
I have no clue what my password for my Bandai Namco account is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
Do I just
Now,
go play now after I've signed in?
but what? But
Yeah,
but,
there
but
should
I
be a
feel like
start
once
or
it's
I
linked-
think quick play or start.
Yeah. I feel like once your account is linked though, like how often am I gonna go be signing into that?
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Nah, yeah. But if you get a new Xbox or something, it makes you re-sign in or something like
Could be a problem.
that. Is there only one region?
Yes.
Okay, so
for the
this
open
is
beta.
during just the beta,
There's two.
only
Are you on
Mhm.
North America?
The U.S. Fuzzy
Then
or
I
whatever.
shall join yours.
So when the game comes out, there's going to be there's going to be two locations, either EU or NA.
What's up, Zero?
That's
Now they are talking about if there's enough like eventually if there's enough people in like the
what the hell is that priest
the-
thing?
the Oceanica like so like New Zealand Australia thing, if there's enough people there that are interested in the game, they might open up a server there, but
What? Has anyone had a look through like the Crusader as an VPN
Yeah.
or whatever the hell it is?
Zed's
yeah, I
got
play
one.
one.
That is the weirdest
Mhm.
thing.
It definitely is.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Zero? I just saw you're in here.
I was just nothing much. I was just coming to chill a minute. I was seeing if the Grimster wanted to play some Apex, but I think he's away from town.
Yeah,
so-
he's on.
He's been
Okay.
at the World War Z home screen for like 2 hours now.
Oh,
Hey,
okay. I saw
what do
him
you-
playing earlier. Way earlier.
Yeah, he was playing with his brother, but he's been at the home screen
Which
for like 2
characters
hours
do you
now.
guys have?
Uh,
Like which characters are you guys
I'm
using?
I'm making a priest, an Ippen priest currently. I have a human mage. I'm probably gonna delete the elf ranger. But Zed has,
Okay, then
yeah,
I'll
Zed
go
has a
for the elf.
berserker. He's not playing it now, but
I have a berserker, a mage, and a yeah. I'm playing a mage right now, so I have a berserker, a mage, and a crusader. I'll be honest, I don't really like the berserker. I feel like they need to fix the berserker for the berserker to be good, but I don't mind it.
you're
Boom.
missing
level
out, Zero.
9. Yeah, you're missing out.
Yeah, I even if I started playing it, man, I just don't think I would be able to maintain it in a couple of weeks, you know?
Okay.
What do you mean maintain it?
Oh,
Get a day.
creepy.
I mean, I plan on working daytime shift job
Oh.
if I can, and
Yeah.
then my gaming time just doesn't. I don't have enough time for an MMO, basically.
Fair enough.
Nice characters when your name can't exceed and your name exceeds.
Yeah. Zed, your Ippin, what kind of tail does he have? Your
A
Ippin?
what?
Yeah, tail.
Tail? He's got like the one kind of looks like almost like a lion's tail. Like it's got like whatever, and then the fur at the end of
Okay.
it, like the big tuft of fur at the end.
Yes. I'm now
Well,
ready
then
with my berserker.
You made a berserker.
Yeah.
I used to work at a university, and near the end of the time I was there, like probably the last semester I was working there, like we would go in the library, and there was this fucking furry kid that would be wearing a tail and motherfucking ears, like out in public, like it was Halloween, like it wasn't a fucking thing. Like it was just a normal part of life to wear a goddamn tail and
I mean,
ears.
maybe it is a normal part of life for him. And maybe that's how he gets down with the get down.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know.
Furry's
got a furry.
Furry's got a fur.
Furry's got
You know what I
Jesus
mean?
Exactly.
Yeah, just like I was just like, damn kid,
Like-
come on. I don't think that's gonna. I mean, when he gets a job, is he gonna like show up for work the first day and it's he's got a fucking tail and ears?
Maybe.
You know, no,
So
actually,
will
he'll
this
probably
be a
do
free
that,
game?
and nobody will say anything because it's too fucking.
Yeah, he might be like, oh, you didn't realize you were
Wow.
hiring a squirrel for this job?
or he
What?
gets like a job on a fucking assembly line and he gets the tail caught and some
Yeah.
shit. Oh god.
What? What the fuck, dog?
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ, my patience just went right out the window. What the fuck, so my dog just comes up and stands on me and she's completely fucking soaking wet. Like, she just sat on me, fucking soaking wet. How did you get so
Gross.
wet?
Uh-oh, Ram left.
They did, what?
Oh, man, my stomach actually just, like, started to hurt. That shit ain't right.
Sorry. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. I'll be
My
right back.
patience.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh.
Okay, I gotta find out what's wrong with my dog. Why is she so wet? Hey, Ram.
Yeah.
My internet decided to kill itself. So, mechanic, how much is this game gonna cost when it comes out?
Oh, this is a free-to-play game, so when it comes out, it's gonna be free.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Yeah. Like, so, it has something called the Bless Pass, which is, like, think Apex Legends,
Oh,
like,
okay,
Premium
yeah.
Pass.
Yeah.
So, you can buy, if you can buy a Premium Pass to get extra,
That's
stuff.
pretty cool. I really like
To get
this,
extra stuff,
actually.
but so there are a couple of things that will allow you to, you know, get what's it called, like different stuff, I guess you could say.
Yeah, like better items and all that. Yeah.
Better like some stuff, like it gives you like I can look at what the blessed pass. Okay, so for example, like rewards. Ow, you bad dog.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Did your dog just bite you?
No, she scratched me.
How?
So like what, like the tier 1 premium reward is
Yeah.
tier is a bag slot. Tier 2 is 5 portable mailbox tickets. Number 3, the tier 3 is 3 70% healing potions.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
4 is 5 XP boost for 3
So
hours.
that's actually quite good. Yeah.
Yeah. Number 1, bless 1 is so tier 5 is actually like so it gives you a bunch of crafting materials and gold, like gold boost, a gold boost, that kind of stuff. So it gives you some boosts and stuff. So it's decent.
Yeah.
To get that kind of stuff, give you like star seeds, all that kind of stuff, and then it'll give you like free costumes and free mounts and stuff like that. So that's what that is. So think about
Yeah.
like the just think of like the Apex Battle Pass kind of thing. It's like the same
Yeah.
thing. And then so each week you get seven or eight 7 or 8 missions to complete. So like
Oh,
the
yeah.
first week it's like defeat 20 monsters, equip a piece of equipment with a new appearance, use the telepost to travel, obtain 6 treasure chests, obtain 3 letters, rescue 3 players who are near death, kill a monster who has a gear score warning above your level, right? And so like that kind of stuff, complete dungeons, obtain a new mount, kill a wandering mountain giant. So you do all these kind of things, and then you can get these points towards your tiers, right? And then so every week they come out with 7 or 8 different missions. So, and then there's going to be like an in-game store, so you can like. Not an in-game store, like a premium store, so you can go and spend like real money. But otherwise, it's a free-to-play game. So a lot of people are happy about that it's free to play. They're not gonna have to buy it.
Yeah.
Now, when the game comes out, there might be some like ultimate editions that might give you like this special mount and these special things. So like it's like, you know,
Yeah.
or founders pack, like spend $30 on this special edition of the game and you get this stuff, or spend $50 and you get this stuff. Now I could see that happening, but yeah. Go back and take a look.
Coming up with names are the hardest parts for this.
Yeah. Well, think that these characters are like, don't think too hard about them. These characters are gonna get wiped once the beta's over. So, don't worry too much about their name. Like there are some people that like this guy is named his character Ragnar 444. This guy here named his character Niavo. This character's Yona. There's like ones that I've seen called Smelly Feet and Little Bitch, and like people like Waifu Mage. They just named it whatever, I guess.
Mage.
Waifu Mage, yeah.
Be waifu mage. Oh, I've still got my stream on Minecraft. I wish you could change the title, like, while streaming, but you can't, apparently.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only annoying thing. 128 followers. Oof, that's actually great, though.
What are you chewing on? So, this is the most
can I
terrible.
change
Now
my
I know
screen
it's why she's so freaking wet.
We're just chewing on the house's sewage pipe.
So who's Luminous?
No.
Like, does this all get explained in the?
Lumios is
Alright.
Lumios, I believe, is the world. The
I'm back.
The
So yeah, I just got
the
hit with like
Lumios is
incredible
the planet.
gas pain. That was insane.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of that stuff gets explained in the game, the story of the game. So the main think about like the main basic storyline of this game is that you are something called a Pyreborn.
Yeah.
You're a basically like a
thick ass hippin'.
how could you say this? Someone born of the gods, like the god,
Oh, yeah.
like the so
It's like
there are
demigods, basically.
there are multiple gods.
Oh,
No, you're not a
bro.
demigod. You're
Second.
like a god's emissary. Like
I
or
actually don't
what do they call them? Not emissaries of the gods, but ow! Stop biting
I
me.
can't help it.
Like, yeah, like almost like an emissary of
That's
the
a
gods.
juicy
Like
butt.
they say, the gods have created you guys to because there's like a there are all the gods. There used to be 9 gods, I believe, and there's one elder god who during the war thousands of years ago banished the gods from Lumios so they can still like banish the gods from appearing physically on Lumios, right? So now they need like now they need like you guys as emissaries. They need emissaries and people to fight their battles for them or whatever, and they can summon lesser gods if they get enough power and stuff. So some of the stuff like the Harpy Queen and things like that. So some of the bosses are lesser gods.
Oh, okay, so
Fucking me.
that makes sense. Yeah, I gotta relook into this lore shite. I read it like months ago when they released stuff, but I haven't read it in a long ass time.
By the way, Joe said he would be right back.
Oh, am I
He's
not?
doing something.
Oh man, I didn't
Okay.
realize I was muted the whole time. I've been back
I
talking.
love this guy, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had like incredible gas pain, so like I had to go take some Gas X stuff. And then I was like, when you were talking about all that, I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta read all this lore stuff. I read it like when they released it months ago, but I haven't
Big boss.
brushed up on it.
Big boss.
And then you're like, yeah, by the way, Joe said will be back in a
Yeah.
little bit. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm here.
Hello, I'm
Here,
here.
bro. Why you not talking to me, bro?
Bro. How can you?
I kind of like the Day of the Dead fur patch on my face. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Tattoo color. Let's make. Whoa, I can make it like bright purple. That's fucking terrifying, actually.
I did 500
So-
team. Jesus Christ.
So
Level
because
40
there's a,
What?
so because there's a gate up, I figured out why she's so wet. Because there's a gate up, my mom put like a bowl of water in here so that she could get some water. Well, what did she decide to
Go
do?
swimming in
But
it.
ooh, let's put a bowl. Exactly, that's what she did. She tipped the whole thing so there's water all over the floor. And she tipped it and rolled around in it.
Nice.
Jesus, bro.
Dogs are a pain in the ass.
Wait, I don't go that way. Where do I go now?
What are you doing?
I'll do that so it's not as intense.
Excuse me, game. Oh, I go this way.
Eye size, super big anime eyes.
What is that thing?
Color,
Okay, that's a
I think it's
demon
gotta
in
be
half.
a light blue color.
It's the Cyclops.
I'm fighting.
Did it just come
Yeah.
flying down?
Yep, from the sky.
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there.
You're in the dream dungeon.
The Shadow Spawn level 2 Colossus, I think. I just can't read because of my stream overlays over it. I'm not sure I want to fight this thing. Can I just run away now?
Nope, you gotta be a big boy.
Come here, bro.
Oh, I forgot about changing the eye stuff.
And he ran away. What is he doing? Come on. Oh, this guy's easy. I'm doing so much damage to him already.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
The
his
Cyclops?
size is deceptive. Yeah.
You
Oh,
just
no.
you just gotta get.
I need to scan
You
every
just gotta
bumper to
avoid
get
his
out of it.
attacks. So you just gotta avoid his attacks because he is a tough
Oh.
cookie
Yeah,
when
he
it comes to hits.
He does a lot of damage, but he's really weak.
Yeah, if you just dodge everything.
Exactly.
Like, I've already done half his health.
Nose, mouth. I think all that's good.
Make them pray.
This game reminds me so much of Dark Souls for some reason.
You want to know what's funny about that?
They made it. The same people made it.
The guys that created Dark Souls is the guys that created.
Really, I
this
didn't know
game.
that.
Yeah. No.
No.
You didn't know that? Yeah. This was created by the creators
I can't
of Dark
pause
Souls.
the game, okay? That's triggering. Because I was gonna say, I need to move my overlay.
Let's see. What's a
You'll be able
Good-
to stop. You'll be able to
good
stop
name
in
for a
minute, so-
tiny dog child? Oh, actually, no.
Oh, Opie.
Actually, Opie's a great name for it. Yeah, it's a great name. I forgot to change the hairstyle. Opie feels like he's got cornrows.
No! No, 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 no,
Oh.
That thing is scary, bro.
I don't know, he also smells, so like the messy hair kind of fits him.
This guy is almost dead, bro. There we go, I killed him.
Let's see. I feel like cornrows is the right answer.
And this mage dude just appears out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's super mad that you've ruined his plans.
Would you like to play the story prologue?
I did. I didn't
I
get
played the
anything for
prologue.
it.
Yeah.
If
You get something, though.
I'll
if
still
you
just play
haven't,
it.
if you
so I get
don't
used to
know
the
the
game.
story, if you don't know
Yeah.
the story, then it's a good idea to play the prologue because it kind of gives you a little bit of an idea.
Backstory, yeah.
Uh,
Okay, I'll be back in a second. I'm
Yep.
gonna go
Zero, are you still in here?
Yeah, I'm just playing.
Just,
Oh,
I
okay.
was
just
just
playing
in the bed.
basic ass Ace.
It says Grim's on playing Apex now, so it says Grim's playing Apex now, so I don't know if
I
you
was
wanna-
actually turning my phone. My phone's been dead.
Oh, you tried
I was
to push
turning it
me
on. I
out?
was gonna text them for you.
No,
Oh my
hey
God,
man, I'm
you
just
guys
trying to
can
I'm trying to include
Yeah,
you.
let's bully him.
We're trying to
make your
include
day-
you by
Yeah.
excluding you. No, I'm just joking.
Here, I sent him an invite, and I don't know if he's doing something, but I sent him an invite anyways.
Yeah, I'm just
If he
kidding.
comes
I was
in, he
about to
comes
join
in.
his party, but yeah, maybe he'll.
Because he might just be in a party all of his
There he
like
is.
Did. Oh, yeah, there
I
he
think
is.
it might be a bit much for
Yeah.
your combat. What's up? For the combat, your call outs you're gonna have to do to have us 3 talking about some bullshit that don't matter, I think it might be a bit much.
What?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm
I'll
talking
go.
to
I was
both of you.
just
Zero.
screwing around
It's
with
up to,
it.
it's up
Zero?
to you guys.
Yeah, hey Grim, I'm
I'm back.
playing Apex too.
Wait, what? That was a little massive dream.
You wanna?
Oh,
Yeah, we were just trying to link you guys
Yeah,
up.
send me an invite. Yeah. Yeah. 'Cause he's
Oh
on
my
Mhm.
god, these little guys are so cute.
Let me finish this duos game I'm in, and I'll be ready. I'm just.
Alright.
If you want to invite me to a party, or if you're busy too, whatever. One of us will invite the other.
No, I just started a game, so I'll just. That's good. Well, I'm ready.
Okay.
Lead the way. She the way he runs. What the flip?
How you guys liking that new game?
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
This is actually a dope game. I can't
Some
even.
good shit, bro.
It's gonna be
Okay,
even,
okay.
it's gonna be even crazier when it comes out. You can
I'm just
already tell.
magically waving my hands over it to light a flame.
A black blade
I mean-
split the sky.
It's magic.
A
Mm.
luminous return to solar seeds.
So my lovely, lovely ears. What, did people steal their ears?
What?
People steal their what?
Steal their ears, because like the little guy at the start before, he just said to me, there, now that I am safe in danger, and most importantly, so have my lovely, lovely ears.
I don't know. I don't remember reading that part. Maybe they were stealing his ears. Maybe he's got the sexiest ears in
People say some. Yeah,
in all
maybe.
of the land.
It's very possible.
They like the little ears.
Oh my god. What a loser.
Can you upgrade your stamina in this game?
You mean so you can sprint longer? No. That is.
Yeah.
Oh god.
This dude just like despawned.
So, you can get you can get like buff stamina with some of your gear, so it allows you to have a little bit extra stamina.
Yeah.
But no, there's certain things like right now, like there's a big feedback chain that all the GMs are looking at and everything. So you write anything in global chat, and there's game masters in the game, reading everything and responding to people and stuff about their issues with the game, so that what can they fix for the launch.
Yeah. Because the stamina's really low.
Yeah.
Because you like run for 10 meters and then like you're just
Yeah, exactly.
out of stamina.
this guy on the feed, Joe, he's like, I'm 350 pounds and I can run faster than
Yeah, it's fucking
than
insane.
this buff dude. Longer. He's like, I have more agility than. He's like, I'm 350 pounds and I have more agility than this guy who runs, 10 feet and he's all muscle bound.
Yeah, it is insane. Drives me nuts. Level 5, you can get a mount where you can run. You don't run as fast, but you.
That's
move.
what they're trying to push.
You can do it the full time.
Fucking homos.
That's what they're trying to push, is that people use mounts more
I'm
often.
stealing a nice. Oh my god. My chick is like so tall she can carry a massive iron axe around, but as soon as she picks up a freaking pint of beer or something, she just like can't walk.
Boom.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a quest where you gotta carry like a box of fish. Has like 5 fish in it. You have to walk super slow for it.
Kill the birds! Kill the birds!
Guy named his character Andre 3000.
Andre 3000. Call me Andre 3 Stacks.
Caroline.
This guy has a
She's the
griffin. I'm
reason.
gonna have to steal that griffin, bro.
Nah, well, you can get a goat or a sheep. What is it? It's a sheep you ride?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, a sheep.
I must be
Mark
doing that
Miller.
wrong. I haven't landed that.
Meet after play tonight.
Alright, so how does that thing?
What was I gonna say?
Visiting us as festival. We shall have more. There is also that. Thanks.
So like
What a waste of time.
oh, so that heals me? Is that a heal?
So this guy wouldn't talk to me before, but now he's talking to me. Ugh. Wow.
So I wonder
thanks.
if you guys could
I've
pick that up
got
and I can
three.
heal you guys. I don't know.
Where's
We shall see it. I can do like one of my blesses or one of my abilities is like I kind of make a golden orb appear, and like I can pick it up for heals. And I wonder if you guys could pick it up
I can't
as
tell
well.
which one of the small guy creature things are boys or men.
Do what?
Oh, the little things.
Yeah, the little thing. Yeah.
They are
No,
they're
but what I mean
adults.
is like they're all the
They're
exact
actually
same. Really?
they're actually a couple thousand years old. They're like not elves.
What the hell?
Fairies. They're like fairy people.
They call us the fair
I
folk.
tossed a coin in the mountain, and I got 300 gold for that. What?
Because
Like
I was
tossing
wondering
one
that too. I was
coin,
like,
I
holy
get-
crap, they're.
Oh, it was only 19, not 300. Oh,
I was like,
God,
holy
this
crap,
is
they're
terrible. Just
they're-
look at
they're
these fat
old or whatever.
tusks, and they're realistic looking weapons. They're upstagers.
No, yeah, that was I framed the shit out of that. It should not have connected.
I'm gonna come steal your mask. Eavesdrop.
Please can generate holy energy.
The faceless. Yes, it's always a healing sword to finally exact means of revenge.
I think I regenerate my energy by doing this.
Worry too much about most of
Yes.
darkness is with us. Nice. Yeah. I think my giant axe sticking out from behind the pole would give me away.
Nah, man, no one could see it. Light bomb. Ooh, that fudged him up.
No, I don't want to talk to you now. You're too ugly.
There we go. Time for the big ass Cyclops.
I swear to God, all people ever do in this global chat is talk about other freaking games. They're talking about Diablo and ESO and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Exactly.
It's like cool stories.
Just be like,
but,
Diablo
focus.
not good.
Like, and they're probably the same people that were like, oh, I can't wait for this game to come out. Why is this game not out? The devs need to put this game out. And then the game's got an open beta. And it's like, so how about Diablo 4? That was a cool game, right?
Yeah.
Wait, is this a strip club? I'm not sure that I'm in.
If you don't know, just always go with yes. Just start handing dollars to people. It's the best strategy to have.
I will be the orb champion. I wanna be the orb champion.
when in doubt, the
Yeah.
answer is
When in
yes.
doubt, give everybody dollars.
Fucking-
Where are the orbs? I know that there's one behind
Oh.
me because it's got a rumble. I just need to steal it from her.
Stop shooting your hot ass breath at me.
So
I found an orb. Nice.
so
I
Joe,
press Q.
my
I don't have a Q on my controller.
My friend was telling me a story. He messaged me telling me a story about him, a conversation him and his girlfriend had
Right.
earlier, right? and he's like, oh, blah blah blah, whatever about we should spice some things up in the bedroom situation, right? And she's like, oh yeah, and he's like, haven't you ever heard and she's like, what kind of stuff? And she's like, haven't you ever heard the saying, if you really love each other, there's no wrong hole? And
You gotta be careful with that.
she's like, I'll kill you. I'll straight up kill you.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful because she just goes, okay, there's no wrong hole. Well, you got 3 of them we can play with. Right. Let's start putting shit in your holes.
Why is there a named bird that can't fly?
Oh man, I'm about to fucking die. The Cyclops is killing me.
What'd you say, Ram?
There was just a bird that was like sort of half in the ground.
Oh.
Because isn't that how birds live and stuff?
Nice. My stamina's already out from running up one flight of
Yeah,
stairs.
your stamina will go out just from like running down a hill.
Walking around, yeah.
At this point in the game, I've kind of gotten used to not using my stamina.
Oh my
Like-
god, what?
Like using it, but using
You
it
mostly
mostly
use
for
it for
dodge.
rolling.
Yeah.
How did all
I
one
died.
of them fail? What do you mean?
This beginning Cyclops killed me, motherfucker. And then I love how it tells you, like, use your evade skill, dummy. You gotta hit X to evade. It's like, listen, bitch, I've been trying.
You don't think I've been trying?
Yeah, like, this shit just ain't working. I mean, I've been trying to iframe these attacks, and that does not work. You just have to, like, clear it completely.
So, I ordered pizza today, right?
Right.
And I get to the door, and it's some smoking hot chick.
What? That never happens to me.
And
Should I ask
I
her out
was
and
like-
gone, you can have my pizza?
all I could think about is I was like, these are one of the moments that I wish that porn was real.
Porn is real. She probably got that job hoping somebody would bring her inside and give her a good sticking.
Right?
That's all she hopes at every house she goes.
She wants her tips sprayed across her
Oh,
cervix.
No.
just the mage that was in my dream thing was back. Do I have
I
to
said to her-
slice their head off?
I said to her, I was like, what? I was like, not.
I'm
I
gonna
was like, this is
take
kind
a
of
smoke break.
shocking.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I was like, this is kind of shocking. I was like, I don't normally see female, like, you don't normally see female, delivery people, right?
Are you a female?
And, and then she's like, yeah.
who's the female here?
It's hard to. No, and she's like, it's hard to. She's like, it's hard to pay university, so she's like, gotta get money from somewhere. And I
You
was
should be like, you
yeah.
know what? I'm actually starting this amateur film company. You should come audition on my couch.
Yeah. You want to know what I actually wanted to say? I was like, yeah, I guess it's better.
Yeah, I mean,
or better than stripping.
I mean, I
You know what
honestly,
mean?
I wish I was a chick. Like, one, actually, I'm glad I'm not a chick because in my heyday, and by heyday I mean my lowest point in my life, I absolutely would have been a fucking prostitute, hands down. Now, maybe
Hey, she's
my
dead. Nice.
perception would have been skewed differently if I actually was a female, but like, what I would have given to be able to like just have sex to get money to do the bad stuff, like, oh man.
Yeah.
You ever suck dick for weed?
Hell yes, twice. But it was like really good weed, man.
Oh, demons are spawning everywhere. Nice. Wait, does anyone else think that like the demon dog things look like Skeksis.
I don't know what a Skeksis is.
Dark.
You don't know what
No.
Skeksis is? Yeah, Dark Crystal.
No.
You know, I'm not gay, but 20 bucks is 20
I mean-
bucks.
Yeah, no, I love that T-shirt.
Oh, it's a T-shirt. That's my life's motto.
Mm-hmm.
I thought me and Zed were just agreeing on something. I didn't realize it was a T-shirt.
Yeah,
My
it's
life's
actually
motto
on a
is-
T-shirt, which is amazing.
Oh man,
My life's motto.
I like can't see over this.
My life's motto is make money by sucking dick for Boss Bear and still walking
I
home.
mean, you got better things to spend that money on than if you're at a point in your life that you're sucking dick for money. You have better things to spend that money on than a bus trip. You know what I mean? Like,
you gotta make some choices in life.
Yeah.
And,
This guy has literally a griffin, but the griffin's doing nothing.
oh yeah, you. Yeah,
Don
if you would have
Diego.
played the.
I'm pretty sure a griffin would be able to kill half these demons.
Yeah. Oh, you are playing that. Okay, yeah. Well, he's got to make sure the griffins are special creatures, man. You got to take care of it. Now, if it was Opie, I would throw it into the battle from its fucking dick. But griffins are special creatures.
Okay, I'll take on the demons, you take on the hellhound. Sure, boys. I just literally just like threw a demon across the courtyard.
Shibs, you smell like shit. You know that?
Just kill the hellhound. It takes literally 2 shots.
Yeah, but
to
you're like a boss. They're like workers. You know what I mean?
I see you, demon.
I'll see your demon and I'll raise you a demon.
oh. How did I not do the arena on this character?
Chibs, you
Oh,
stink
oh,
so
whatever.
bad.
Let's do that.
Are you like pooping on the floor? Is Opie pooping in the other room, maybe? Just all of a sudden it smells like shit in this room. Like it really
Oh, no.
smells terrible.
Wow. So I couldn't
My
even fight
sister-
him.
Mm.
The game literally just lets him knock me out. Wow. I could have easily dodged that in time.
It's all about the story, man.
It's too funny.
What were you saying, Zero? Your sister poops
Like I
in
could
her
have
house?
just pressed X.
My sister came up with her dogs one time when her brother, when my brother-in-law was painting
Mm-hmm.
my house for me, you know, and I knew it was a bad idea, although not for this reason. Like, so the dogs come in my house and my sister fucking leaves
And
or
now
something,
the
or
griffin comes in?
and like
What the hell is this?
the dogs are nervous as shit in her one pit. Like, I've got like a little mat to wipe your feet on right inside
Right.
the
The
door.
griffin couldn't have done this
Within
before.
3 minutes, it goes over to that mat and dumps a huge shitload on the mat, like a huge pile of shit. And I was like, "What the fuck?"
That's my favorite mat.
And like, I put the dogs outside and like took the fucking mat and just like rolled it over and took it outside and then got a garbage bag and threw it away. No, I slung the shit in the ditch and then I like
She should have taken
put it
care
in
of
a
that.
garbage bag.
Like, her dog shit in your house.
Well,
You
she was gone. She
well,
was
then
like,
your brother-in-law
yeah,
should
no,
have
the
been.
dogs didn't come back. The dogs didn't come. Well, he was painting. And I was just like gross. And I was just like,
Then you
fuck.
should have taken it out of
I told him
his
from the
fucking
beginning.
pay. I was gonna pay you this much, but I had to clean up your dog shit,
Yeah.
and I charged $25 an hour to do that. So I'm gonna take that off of your pay.
And it took
Yeah.
me 4 hours.
I'm gonna take that off your pay.
Yeah.
I have a 4-hour minimum, so you gotta give me an extra.
It's like, how did it
$100
take
for
4
picking up
hours?
your
Oh,
dog
because it
shit.
should take a short chat. I watched
Yeah,
it for
but
3 hours.
I had to try to clean
Then
it.
another 45
I'm gonna
minutes,
take
and
the
then-
price of the mat.
Yeah.
I mean, that was expensive. That was a custom-made mat.
The mat was 7,000.
Yeah, it was fucking
Yeah.
handmade in China.
And made out of dog hairs
Yeah.
just like yours. So if you don't pay up, I might get a new mat made out of your dog. I mean, it all depends on how nice you want to be to
Okay,
your
I have
brother-in-law.
finished the thing. Nice.
Right.
Now what do I go on to? Do I just go new open beta?
Yeah,
I used to
should
think
just
he was
continue
kind
you.
of a jerk, but he. Then
Yeah,
I
now-
realized he listens to my sister
In a thing.
talk all
and you're
day
like, he's a
long
I
saint.
have 2 new items.
for years. Yeah, my sister talks more than anybody. Well, just as much as anybody I've ever met. She's like top 3 all time. She won't shut the fuck up. It's
How interesting are the things she talks about, though?
blah blah blah.
Okay.
Not very. no, she's a smart person, but she just won't shut
See,
the fuck
that's
up so
the-
much that it's just
That's
like
the
you just want to start drowning
problem
her out.
with smart people, or people who think that they're smart. They think that whatever they're saying is the most important thing that's ever been said in that room that you're standing in, and that will ever be said in that room that you're standing in. So, even if it's about fucking Gene Autry and
Yeah.
his career as a fucking actor that he didn't like about this
Why
fucking.
does it make berserkers?
Yeah, I had an uncle who did the exact
Why?
same thing.
There's like 50 berserkers.
Fucking Grim knows him, my Uncle Pat. Fucking crazy as fucking crazy ever was. And yeah, so he would, he'd come over. He didn't have TV at his house. He didn't have like power at his house for a long time. We're running water. He would come up my house, and like my mom would be sleeping on the couch, and I'd be sleeping in the bedroom, and he'd like turn on the TV or he'd change the channel. My mom always had the TV on, so he'd change the channel in the living room. Then he'd come in my bedroom, which is on the first floor, and he would turn my TV on the same thing he's fucking watching in the living room, and he'd like not shake me and wake me up, but he'd turn the TV up loud enough to wake me up, and then be like, "Oh, you're awake? Oh, yeah. This is 1968. Gene Autry was singing. This is his first singing cowboy thing, and he was like, this song went to be like top 3 on the Billboard hits of that year, and then you see this woman that's I forget her name. I forget. Anyway, I digress. So that woman right there, she was also in this other movie with this guy, and then they had a feud over it because there was a rumor that like she maybe had sex with both of them, but I mean, who really knows? And like, so they had a feud, and they never did any movies together. And I'm like, yo, it is fucking 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and you just woke me up. I don't have time for this shit. Or whatever time it was that he woke me up.
Yeah.
And it's just like, dude, like, whatever, like, and I wake up and I assume like my mom's awake, so he can't use that TV, and that's why he's in this room. And I go out there and she's fucking sleeping, and he's watching the same fucking thing on that TV. I'm like, why did you come in my room and do this? He's like, oh, because I thought you were awake, and I thought you'd be interested in this. No, you never thought I was interested in this. You knew I wasn't awake because I was snoring when you came in. And you fucking turned the TV on and like made sure it was louder than my snores, so I had to wake up. Like it's all a fucking plan.
Dude, that's
Dude, he was. Well, he is. I say was. He is off his fucking rocker. Grim's not here, but his favorite story about my Uncle Pat was he lived.
I need to shove some potato soup
10
on
in somebody's.
onto the
Yeah,
farm.
you shove the soup down his throat. He pays you a lot of gold to do it. It's very weird.
No, on the farm.
Oh.
Not down.
Oh, because there's a mission where you got to give him soup, and he pays you like
Like I just
100 and some gold to like carry it 20 feet. And that's really weird. And he's just a farmhand. Like he just has that kind of money laying around. Like imagine like what like the owner of the farm has.
Yeah, it's a real pricey farm.
So
So you were saying-
we lived like 10 or 15 minutes away from him, and he didn't have a phone because he didn't have power for a while, and then when he did have power, couldn't afford a phone bill, so he just didn't have a phone. Anyway, so our phone rings, and my mom or dad answers it. Probably my mom answers it, and they're like, "Hi, hello, ma'am. We're at your front door. We've been knocking for a couple minutes now. You gotta come out. There's a gas leak at your house." She's like, "What? She looks out. She's like, yo, Graham, I'm telling your favorite story about Uncle Pat.
Yo, Graham.
And yeah,
with the gun?
and well, you kind of just gave it away there. But anyway, so
No, you mean the
Yes.
one with the wood.
so my mom's like looks out the window, is like, oh, there's nobody here. What are you talking about? And he's like, you live at 6357 Cottage, right? And she's like, no, I live at 8231 Craig. Oh, well, we have this phone number on file for 6357 Cottage. We're at that front door and the back door, and nobody's answering. There's a gas leak. So she's like, okay, that's my brother's house. I'm on my way down. They get there. The cops are there. The fire department's there. There's like an ambulance there or whatever, because it's a gas leak, and like he's not answering, so they like assume he's like knocked out or whatever. So they say like, oh, like, okay, we're gonna have to force our way in.
Big mistake.
Is there anything in there that we should be concerned about? Like, does he have any weapons, any guns or knives or anything that like we could hurt ourselves on? Or, and they're like,
Yes.
no, he does not have any forks. There are definitely not any forks in the house. So they can't get in the front door, and they're at the back door as well. So they break their way in through the back door into the basement. And it's like a row home in the city, and they open the door a little bit, and there's like a dresser blocking the door, so like you can't really slide the door open. So like they're forcing their way open. They're like, oh, there's a dresser or whatever, and they push it open enough that one gas worker can get like his upper body in, and he like leans in the door to like, and they're knocking and they're yelling, hello, hello, fire department, gas company, you have a gas leak, hello, hello, like whatever. For how, I don't know how long. He doesn't answer anything. Guy slides his front in, slides his like upper body in the door, and to yell in the house. And my uncle's standing. It's like a it's like a typical row home. So there's like a garage in the back, and there's like a door to go into the basement, and it's like a long hallway that runs along the side of the garage. And that's usually where like the washer and dryer are, and like one of those like sinks or whatever, utility sink. So at the end of that hallway, my uncle's standing with a gun, aiming down the hallway. And the guy slides his front end, like his upper body in,
Pointed at
to
the
like
door.
try to get in, like rescue this man's life. And this man's at the other end of the hallway aiming a gun at the door, not saying anything. And so he sees, he's like, oh, he's got a gun, and like he, like hurries and like pulls himself out and like, oh, he's got a gun, oh, whatever. And then finally my mom like talks to him, and he's like, oh, okay, and, like whatever. Opens the door, doesn't let anybody in. He denies the gun part, but he remembers the incident, and he says like, yeah, I knew I smelled gas, but I thought it was my prick neighbor, and I wasn't gonna say anything. I was hoping his house would blow up. Like, what?
What the fuck?
What? You can't do that.
Fucking Uncle Clock.
What? And he's holding a gun, like he's
Yes.
all these people
Yes.
outside, and he's just like, oh, it's burglars.
No, it's probably
it's a rape
because
game.
he wanted a reason to shoot somebody and figured this could be it.
Oh,
I
damn.
could tell them I thought somebody was breaking in, and I could get away with it.
Meanwhile, the fire department's been yelling for 30
Who the
minutes.
fuck's
at the
throwing
house
these
while he
grenades?
gets
Yeah.
asleep.
Yeah,
I don't know
clearly
what
it's
looking to- oh,
the
from
city
behind
of
us, yeah.
Philadelphia.
I that one dude,
You have a
fucking
gas
fucked
leak.
up. I'm
And
gonna
he's
show
like,
this dude
this dude's definitely a fucking. I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker.
Nobody showed
From up there.
up.
What's his
Pat.
name? Pat?
Yeah.
Is that what you said? Is Uncle-
teammates
your
down.
Uncle Pat?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, yo, he's
Started chopping.
also
Oh, shit.
crazy to the point where like
Where crazy isn't a word to describe.
right, crazy is like doesn't even come close to what he is.
An understatement.
So like Grim, okay, now I've grown up with Grim. I've known Grim since like the 3rd grade or something. So he knows my Uncle Pat well.
Yeah.
So he sees my Uncle Pat on like the Ave, Frankfurt Ave, like just walking or going to the bus stop or whatever. Maybe he wasn't even going to the bus stop. He's walking down the Ave. So he yells out the window, "Hey, Uncle Pat! Hey, what's up?" Now, who would?
No, I.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I was driving. Yeah,
So, like,
that's right. He was crossing the street,
Who?
and I like let him cross in front of me. I was
So who would call you
and I'm yelling out.
if
"Hey,
someone
Uncle
yelled,
Pat!"
"Hey, Uncle Trevor"? Who would you assume would call you Uncle Trevor?
There
Even
could be,
some
like,
random
oh, no.
guy that's
You
trying to
nephew
break
or
in.
Three or
Yeah.
four people, like,
Clearly-
you and your brother and me. And
Yeah,
maybe
clearly
else.
somebody you know.
Now, of course, there's gonna be someone that's trying to
Clearly
break
it's somebody you know yelling Uncle Pat at you on the street, or Uncle Trevor, or Uncle Zero, or whatever. And instead of saying hi,
Uncle Wonky.
he hurries up and gets on the bus and leaves. Yeah,
Fucking
he's
weirdo.
crazy. And I've done it. I've seen it. Where like I've yelled, "Yo, Uncle Pat, what's up?" Now he should know my voice, right? Like he's been around me my entire life, and I'm old enough to drive, and I have my own car, so I'm like 20. See him on somewhere in the neighborhood. I'm like, "Yo, Uncle Pat, what's up?" And he doesn't ever turn around. The most I've ever gotten is he just like puts his hand up like straight in the air and like waves, kind of like, okay. I'm like, "Yo, Uncle Pat, I'll give you a ride, Uncle Pat." And he's just like, yep, like puts his hand straight up in the air, like what, like fucking weird, bro.
Oh, whoa! I just got.
Another
Where are they at?
another crazy story.
I've got a.
Mark him
Uncle
if
Pat
you can.
used to get us alcohol when we were younger.
They were just
Um,
waiting with a charge rifle. and
So like
someone-
we'd
Yeah,
have to
they
go
say
and
that,
like
right?
whatever. Yeah, before we were old enough to get it, he would run for us.
Are we all dead?
And we go to his house, and he knows we're coming. I've already talked to him and set it up. Yeah, we're gonna get it. We need it like Saturday. He's like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be there like, I don't know, like 7 o'clock or 8. We're gonna pick it up
Hold
or
up,
6
Jake.
o'clock.
Grim.
He's like, okay, all right, no problem. And I get there, and he doesn't have a phone, so like, I have to go and knock at his door, and it takes forever to get there, and he answers, and he's like, oh yeah, sorry, I'm listening to my program. He listens to public radio, and he records it on a cassette tape. Ram, I don't know if you know what a cassette tape is, but it's like a thing that like, it's like a CD, but you actually had to listen to the whole thing while the record button was down.
Ram's like,
Yeah.
what's a CD?
So I don't know if you know what a
It's like
CD
listening
is.
to
So a
MP3,
CD
bro.
is like a circular shape thing.
Fucking
But anyway, so he would tape everything on a cassette, and he would have to listen to everything while he did it. So, and he would have to be there to flip it over so he wouldn't miss anything. So we would wind up waiting in the car like sometimes like a half hour for like his program for the tape to get to the end, or a commercial by the end of the tape so he could stop and
So
flip
you
the tape and
flip
record
it
it. So I'm like, do you ever listen to these things? And he says, no, I don't have time. There's so much to record.
So much
Yes.
So they never get
Yes.
used ever again. You just, archive
When I
every
when I
minute
retire.
of
Yeah,
the program.
like-
Yeah.
So insane.
I saw some movie where some guy records all his phone conversations and puts them on tapes and shit, and it just reminds me of that.
He's
You know what, Joe? This is the kind of man that I want.
No,
to be
you
when I
don't.
grow up.
no, you do not. This guy, I mean, like, and I love him. He's my uncle, and like, I felt bad for
Sure,
him
I gotta
for like a long time, because like, when I was really young, I didn't really understand. Like, he's never had a girlfriend that I know of that like I've ever seen. So like, I thought like, oh, it's like sad that like he's alone and my parents were together. I thought they had a happy marriage and stuff. I was too naive. I didn't really understand things. But like, so I'm like, oh well, like he's alone, and like I would like talk to him like when I started like getting into girls and stuff. I'd be like, yeah, like, oh, like, do you have any girlfriends or whatever? And he's like, yeah, I've had girlfriends, which I don't know if I believe. He's probably had like prostitutes, maybe. I don't know if he's even like.
Yeah, he seems like the type.
He
of
might
dude
like
who,
kill a prostitute if
would
he
feel
had
like
one.
It's not worth the effort. Well, yeah, maybe that. But I feel like he would think it's not worth the effort to, keep yourself like in shape
Yes.
for a girl, or just spend the time to put in the work
Yes.
to have a girl. So you just like it's so much easier and cheaper just to buy them. I feel like that would be
Yeah. Like I mean, probably.
Hey, Grim, you wanna
He
switch
would not.
videos?
He's not the type that would be like
yeah.
the effort it takes to maintain a relationship. That's not him. You know, that's
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's
wow.
so not worth it.
yeah, and like he's worn what I thought was the same like clothes. Well, not the same clothes because he definitely changes his shirt, but the same pants. I thought he wore the same pair
Camo
of pants, like legit army camo pants. So like military issue he'd buy from like I Goldberg's army surplus store. And I legit thought that they were the same camo because like he never had money growing up. Like he always like there was a point for like a bunch of years where like he lived off of like bread and water. And I don't know where he got the money for the bread, but he had in his house, even like once my mom set him up with like
You stole it.
set him up with like social security and stuff, he still had like bottles of like 2-liter soda in like the racks that they come in like to the store. He had like a bunch of rows of them all the way to the ceiling in his dining room. So like I assume he would fill them up with like hose water at night when like nobody was like looking, either from his neighbors or our house or whatever, and he would just store the water at his house.
You hope it
Right.
was
I mean, I don't know, could have fucking been baby tears.
Oh, he didn't have water, so he was.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Because why pay for water
Right.
when you get
So then like he would like,
I've never been more motivated to make money
Yeah.
in my life.
and he would like eat like bread and he'd like, oh, this is like, I'm treating myself today. I got like cinnamon raisin bread or some shit. And
Oh man, this is some
yeah,
sad
like
shit, dude.
he's fucking out there. But like he's always been out there. Like I thought because of the camo pants, I thought like he went to war, and he got fucked up there. Right?
right. Yeah, you're a kid, you know.
No, that didn't happen. He was never in the military. I think he might have been. No, I don't think he was drafted. I was gonna say he might have been drafted. I know for a fact he would never sign up. So maybe he was drafted, but like he didn't do anything.
bread
He's the
wars.
type, I feel like I think he would die. He'd be a
Right.
draft dodger.
Right. That's what I think. But like my
He's a
dad,
rebellious. He's a real
my dad
rebellious
did. My
guy.
dad was in the Marines, but I think he signed up willingly.
There's somebody over there.
But
Getting 700 XP from killing this Wolf King over.
yeah, I just started running around and like not really paying
One
attention
down
to
here
what
too,
was going on.
Grim.
So I need to fix that.
Is over near you?
Yeah, downstairs.
I'm almost level 4, so I'm gonna head off and.
I thought that was you doing the zipping up.
Okay, well let me.
Yeah.
I'm just
Oh, shit,
running
I'm
around
coming,
here.
They're up there. I heard the grapple. I saw
Trying
the
to
robot
ninja
come up.
him.
I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, crawl.
I'm
feet.
about to. I'm
That's
about to
you
leave
getting away
that.
from the enemy. And then
I'm about to leave.
I was like, Zero, why are you killing me, Zero?
Alright, I'm gonna invite since armor is actually I just left the Wolf King. I'm gonna shoot.
Oh, she's
Oh, you
freezing.
actually changed
Well,
your.
Here's a med kit.
I'm alive.
Oh no, that's your character's name. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna invite Mr. Ozzy to a party. You should hold start, I think, to accept it, since we're actually like right around each other.
Okay. Oh yeah, I just got it.
Did you kill
Here's
that
a
guy?
med
Oh.
kit.
Party
Did
has
I
been
see a
formed.
box
I killed the
or
one
something?
guy.
Yeah, no, I don't see him on the map either.
Oh, right there.
The
I just
one
saw him on
guy.
the roof.
Yeah, I
He's
killed
going
the
up
one
there.
guy. Grim, I threw down a med kit for you.
Alright, there's only one left. You want back
We'll
here?
get him in a
I'm gonna
minute, we'll
buy
get in a
some,
minute.
I'm gonna get fucked up.
Where's the shield lady? Come on.
So I haven't been paying attention to chat. Miss Magustalation says, I wish I could see how interested OP was in my stream. Every time she tries to take a pic, it doesn't work. But he did the freaking head tilt. So OP's super
Oh,
interested
dude,
in my
he's zipping.
stream. He's like my #1 fan.
Let's go get him. Let's go get him.
Let's do it.
That dude.
But yeah, like talking about my Uncle Pat is like actually cheering me up. Cause like I was not in the right headspace earlier, and like talking about like how fucked up he is. It's like, you know what?
He's on the other side of
Life
the rock
isn't
up
that
there.
bad.
Cut it.
Yep.
Seth, you could.
There it
Your
is.
life could be like your Uncle
Yeah.
Pat's. You know, if
Yeah, I thought he was the coolest dude ever when I was a
Shield
kid.
cells, I got shield
Like
cells.
he
You
used
don't
to
have a body
come,
shield.
he used to like
I
come
missed
up
the
and like,
first
I don't know, hang out like during the day, and then
Yeah, let's leave.
I'd be like, hey, like, can we go for a walk tonight? And he'd come up at like 1 or 2 a.m. and like we'd go walking through the park because like Pennypack Park was a block away from my house, so we'd like walk through the park in the middle of the night. Like I thought he was the coolest dude ever. Even like when my dad was like, oh, don't go for walks, like it's dangerous or whatever, or my mom would say shit like that. He'd be like, okay, yeah, no, we're not gonna do that anymore. And then like we would do it and just make sure that like we were home early enough that nobody
Here's
would know.
body shield. Oh, you got one. Okay.
Yeah, I just found. If you don't, if you don't need
So
that
you
med
thought he was
kit,
like this?
Yeah,
awesome
I didn't
no,
realize like
you're
how
inside and have health. Oh.
crazy
I
these
just-
things were.
Sorry, I gotta go
Like,
back to the shower. Shit.
because I'm the kid getting to go walk in the park at night, which is like a cool experience.
Oh,
I didn't
shit.
realize, like,
his guns all.
Imagine if
I'll
it
pick
was
up his
your
kit for you.
kid that your
Kid?
brother or brother-in-law that you
You
know
have,
isn't quite stable
shotgun.
is taking your kid
I
for a
got
walk in the
no.
park at 3 a.m.
You have an energy gun? I got a little bit of energy ammo.
Like, and then you
could
ask
use
him,
the energy
hey,
ammo.
don't do that because it's not safe. Because like I'm a kid, he doesn't have a cell phone, so like if I were to get hurt in the park, like then what? He'd have to like carry me out as I'm like bleeding and shit. Like
So yeah, so he.
How would we get
he
hurt? in the
so,
park,
so you
though?
thought he's all.
Throwing knives
oh
at each other's
yes,
feet?
great example. That's a game he taught me. Well, taught us. You stand like
Oh,
3
shit.
feet apart with your feet together, touching, and then you throw a knife at the ground by your feet, and
There you
it
go.
couldn't be more than 12 inches away from your foot.
Oh, cool.
Um,
Nice.
And you'd have to
Blue
step out and
wallet.
touch the knife, the side of your
Oh,
foot
nice.
before you can take it out of the
I'm gonna
ground.
grab this energy
And so you
ammo.
throw it, and if it's stuck and it's within 12 inches, you
Nice.
touch it with the side of your foot, pull the knife out, and you throw it at the next person. And you do that and make them do a split, and the first person to fall over loses.
Yeah, I've played that shit.
Yeah.
As a kid.
But it's a grown man teaching me it. Like, I'm like 5, and he's like, yeah, so we throw knives at each other's feet. And I'm like, this is cool.
We'll play
Yeah,
tennis splits.
tetanus splits. I love tetanus splits. This is
Greatest
awesome.
idea in the whole world. Man.
I'm just like, are you sure this is?
No, this wasn't even looted yet. There's bins there. Shit, we're kind of close to the circle. Sniper
Oh, I can
stock.
teleport. Nice.
Nothing cool up here. Shit. I'm gonna check in the building. Ah, these bins are open though. It's not 100% unlooted.
Let's play
apparently.
Rochambeau. That's where I kick you in the nuts, you kick me in the nuts, and we see who gives up first. I go first.
Yeah.
Oh god, we used to play that in high school. That was so bad. We used
And
to
it's
play
weird that all my
with
friends can't have kids
a bunch of
anymore.
us, like, thinking we're-
Yeah, that was a joke. That was all South Park, but
No, we actually used
Yeah,
to play
yeah,
that.
Yeah, some people. I remember seeing on South Park, and I remember people like wanting to play in high school, and I'm just like, no, like you're fucking,
fucking
nope.
serious?
Like, I am not,
Yeah.
not gonna let anybody kick me in the nuts. They be fighting actions.
nah.
There was
I
this,
feel like-
there was this one guy, you know, he actually used to make a killing, but his name was Vlad, and he was this Romanian kid from our in our high school, right? And he what's it called? He would go around and be like, listen, I'll, you know, pay me $5, and you can kick me as hard as you want in the balls. Right?
Turns out Vlad
As-
is now a drag queen and knows how to tuck super well, and that was the
No.
gimmick.
Oh, they're
The
fighting
funny
over there.
thing is,
Two
the
squads.
funny thing
There
is,
were one
is
jump
that
over
he
this
had,
way.
so
Free
Vlad
balling 'em.
actually has an.
I have one
so
arc
we ended
star.
up finding
Don't
out
kick out-
after.
yeah. Probably kick it up in trouble.
We ended up finding out that after high school,
Got
he,
him. Got 2 of them. Two more.
1 second. He's diagnosed with
96 to 1
this.
of it.
So what happened is
shit.
he would be like, he would like be like, oh yeah, hit us, like, you know, kick me in the balls and
This
sort
was
of thing, and we'd be like, Vlad, how do
The
you
other
do
guy's
that?
around
And
the
he'd be like,
corner.
it doesn't hurt
Shoot
me.
her first.
Turns out he didn't have balls. He was diagnosed with no ball syndrome.
Well, the thing was, the thing was is that he actually had a condition where he can't. It's like a nerve condition where he can't properly register what is
Oh
pain.
my god, so his balls like turned into fucking mashed
okay.
potatoes because he thought it was okay.
So,
Oh, damn.
Well,
you couldn't
I
feel
know
the
he
pain?
won't have
Jeez.
babies anytime soon.
well, like he doesn't know how to properly. His body doesn't register that it's he's feeling pain, right? So like what we like the way that his body this condition makes it work is that like for example, like certain sensations feel different. Like,
I'll be right back.
so I might feel where what would normally feel like pain for me might feel
Pleasure
like
for him.
you know,
Tickling for
or
him or
like
something like
a
that.
tickling feeling or like a cool feeling, you know, like a cold feeling. But he also can't like understand. He doesn't. His body doesn't register like what's cold and like the sensation of cold and what's the sensation of hot and what's tickling and what's a burning sensation. You know what I
Right.
mean? So, a lot of his body just doesn't register some of that kind of stuff, right? So, you gotta be super careful.
broke the
But like,
game.
I ran into him like maybe about 5 years ago, and I was, or three or 4 years ago, and I was like, hey, because I hadn't seen him since high school. It's like, Vlad, what happened to you? I was like, what happened to you?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I've been in jail since. He's like, I've been in
I've been
prison.
letting this fire
I've been in
tickle
prison. I was
me
like,
and
oh,
my
shit. Like,
ex-girlfriend for all this time.
well, no, I said to him, I was like, so what happened? Like, you know, what happened? Like, you like, I haven't seen you since. Actually, like, he wasn't even around. He wasn't even around for like the last maybe 3 or 4 months of high school.
Somebody
Right?
was just underneath of my car.
I can't find a gun.
So in the last like 4 months of high
there
school,
is,
supposedly he got involved with.
Hemlock and a charge rifle over here.
All right.
So
thanks.
supposedly he got involved with some gang
you guys
or
over
something
there.
like that.
All right.
And
Creep on them.
I'm with you. Yeah, yeah.
So it had nothing to do with him
Uh,
not being able to field stuff properly. He just got involved with crime.
yeah,
over here.
yeah, but it's still like it was so fucked
Got
up.
one
though.
of 'em.
He,
Got
he,
two of
he
'em.
got involved in crime.
Damn.
But he told
Smoked them both?
so okay,
That
so
surprised me.
I'm 29 right. I'm 29 right now, and he would have been the same age. He would have been the same age as me.
He would have been the same age as you?
So
More energy in there.
no, he's the same.
Oh.
He's the same age as me. So like, I'm just trying to figure out his age. So I must have been. It must have been about. Yeah. So we were probably about 26, 27. I was probably 26, 27.
Hey, I might get.
Because
Yeah, thank you.
when I
And there was
when I saw
another
him, right?
squad, I think, over
Because
there. I'm
he
not
told me he had
Okay,
went to prison.
right with you.
He was
The train
sentenced to
cars
10
over
years
there.
in prison, but he got let out in 5.
What did he go to
Right,
prison for?
The manslaughter.
Oh, okay.
I was like, what? I was like, what had happened? He supposedly was, you know, involved in these gangs, and some guy came up to.
I don't know if I can
Some
even
guy
climb
came
up there.
to.
Depending where it fell.
While he was
I can get up
doing.
there.
While he was doing something or whatever, some sort of drug deal or something, like involved in some sort of drug deal or something, some guy came up to him and
Where'd it go? Oh. Down all them.
tried to get into like a physical
this,
altercation with the
oh,
guy.
the
I think he
flatline?
said,
Hell
I believe he said like the guy tried to like take the drugs from him or whatever, and Vlad beat the shit out of him. But Vlad beat the
Oh, here
shit
it
out
is.
of him, and he ended up killing the guy.
Bro, I'm on the
Two
field
energy
now.
mags.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting on this bandit ambush
Circle
to
shot.
happen.
Yeah, I don't need any of that. I'm good.
I don't either.
There we go.
I already hate these people.
But I need a bag.
Oh, I'll take that circle.
Die,
shot, I
you
guess.
faceless bandit bitch.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wait,
I heard you
do I
say
only
it.
have to do one pallet of
Yeah, just one.
Concentrating on the game.
That's all I have to do.
We gotta walk so slow to
Yeah.
wall it up.
Thank God.
I hated it.
We don't have a key,
Yeah, but I thought
right?
you had to do it.
Oh,
Did we loot
nah.
this whole place?
No.
I don't know. Do you want to double
Not
check?
that bad.
I didn't loot down low.
Down low, down low, down low, down low.
Hey,
I like my beat. Baby.
hey, Grimmy. I'm not being unsociable, but like you said, Joe, maybe we should get in the party.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
I
better.
figured it would be a lot with, because you guys need constant call outs and we do not.
Yeah.
Did you just fart? Yeah, he smells like shit.
All
And
right.
then I get distracted and can't talk. There's energy ammo here. Can you?
Yeah, I read it. You were in my stream when I
Oh, here's
read it?
somebody. Here's
Is
somebody.
that
No, I
you?
was listening to all your Uncle
Nope.
Pat stories.
Here?
But yeah, he was like his mind was
Oh, I heard him
blown
pretty
when
bad.
coming out of the computer. He like literally was like,
Oh,
I'm
He's
on my
like,
dad.
he's in the
I
computer
am
because he
mother-
you were
Yeah, that
saying
was
no.
ugly.
I
mean, there was nothing you
could
Jeez.
He was so cute.
Before we go though, why does Opie smell like shit?
No,
Did you figure out the
shit
mystery?
smells like shit.
'Cause it's OP. Yeah, it's just OP. What do you expect?
Love you guys.
It's just OP, exactly. He just smells like shit because he smells
Yeah,
like shit.
we actually just watched him the other day.
Alright. I'm gonna start a party.
Peace, love, and happiness, bro.
Peace out, Cub Scout.
Peace, love, peace in the woods.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
But how do you sell stuff? What button? do you press?
Right bumper. Go over to sell, I believe.
Yeah, and you choosing them what
A,
button? Because I
I
can't
think.
see. Oh, you have to.
Oh, yeah,
hold it,
mhm.
okay. There we go. Now I've got 10,000 gold.
Alright. I need you to get out of the way real quick.
No.
I'm
Get
in
out
the
of
way
real quick,
forever.
puppy.
Yep.
I'll be right
I
back,
can
guys.
buy a hat, an outfit designer, nice.
Yeah, I was like breaking down my gear. You can break down some gear to Soul Pyre and get something for it. I was doing that, but
Half my stuff doesn't have new appearances.
doesn't know what.
Like, none of these, there's no appearances that I can change.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that is.
Fashion.
I did see that. I didn't have any appearances to change either.
I gotta tell you one thing.
What's that, babe?
When you're out there, can you look at his paw? In between two of them are like completely
Oh, you
raw
can get
and
different
red.
appearances for your axe.
You're probably looking.
Little
So
bit
it looks
blood, but
cooler
it's
and
not,
all
like,
that.
actively bleeding.
But I don't
I
have
don't know
any at
what's
the
up.
moment.
I probably itches and was looking up chewing it.
I didn't see him do anything.
I can cut his paws off. I'm okay with that.
Just next to me out there when I'm
Alright, we'll do. Love each other.
You're going to cut his
I said I'm
paws
good
off.
with cutting his paws off. No, Opie, she said that next time I go out there, look at Opie's paw because in between two of his paws, two of his little paw fingers is red and raw and a little bit wet, and it actually looks like it's bleeding a little bit. I said he has allergies and stuff, so it's probably just his paws were itching. He was licking and biting them, and maybe they're actually bleeding now. And she said, "Well, just to look at it." And I said, "Well, I'm happy enough to cut his paws off.
How do you get flames?
I'm okay with that." Flames?
Yeah, they're like blue flame gem
I
looking
don't know.
things. Because I'm up in the weird capital city area.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be there shortly. How do I get?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm on the way. I'm in Navarra now rather than Karzakor.
Yeah.
Because I'm over at Karzakor, or whatever it's called. How do I
Yeah.
pronounce it?
I will make it there shortly. And I don't know anything about the blue gems,
I'll make it there in 5
so
hours.
we'll see.
Yeah, what are the blue flame gem things?
Are they like on a person?
No, they're ways of buying stuff.
Oh. They are skill something. There's a quest where you have to talk to somebody and she'll trade you like 1,500 gold for 1,000 of those things. I forget what they're called. Star seeds. There you go.
Star
what they are.
Because that means I need like 10,000 of them if I want to get an axe skin thing.
He's trying to get all fancy on us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I made it to Karzakor Harbor.
Hey, give me back my controller. Give me back my controller.
His dog just stole his controller.
His dog wants to play with us.
Yeah, she likes to. My dog likes to grab my zeros back.
Yeah, Grim and I got in a game, and I heard him say something, and then like, I don't know if his power or his internet went out, but he was fucking gone, and we were still in the game, but he was gone. We left the party, and I don't know what the fuck happened.
Oh, weird.
Interesting.
Yeah,
You're gonna shoot an
my dog
arrow
likes
at
to
me
grab
when I'm
my.
hitting you with an axe.
My dog
And
likes
you
to grab
missed
my
it point
analog
blank
stick and pull
range,
from
bro.
me.
Come on.
Quit putting peanut butter on
I
it,
mean,
man. Damn.
the peanut butter is reserved for the
I know.
penis butter.
That's for my dick.
Penis butter.
Is that not how you?
Organic
Is that not how
penis
you make
butter.
penis butter?
Okay, this
Bleh.
meat. So, I am thinking, Joe, when it comes to like the game actually coming out, I think I'm gonna go like Crusader as my
Mhm.
main, but I think I'm gonna stick with a mage as an alternate character. I really like the mage.
Hold on. Kim's saying something.
How much
What's up,
damage
I
does
always
a
like
mage
mage
do?
characters.
What's up, babe? Coming up.
Does a mage do a
I
lot
don't
of
like.
damage?
I need to see what.
Somewhat. It doesn't do as much damage as the priest or the okay, so
Oi.
it seems like the the archer does more sustained constant damage. The the ranger does more sustained like constant damage, quicker. They're quicker for it, but the mage is good at like a bunch of burst damage.
Oh yeah.
And I don't. The priest has a lot of damage too. They're kind of like somewhere in the middle between sustained and burst. And the Crusader's kind of like a more sustained damage, melee damage, and the Berserker's more like burst, burst melee damage.
Okay, so now apparently I destroyed a giant crystal thing that shouldn't be destroyed so easily. And I don't know. I'm tired, it's like 5 AM. Oh, I get an axe. Nice. Oh wow, that looks dope. Why do I put it on now? Like, screw the rest of the missions.
Shit. Yeah, I was out in the other room. Grim just called me, so I'm gonna call him back real quick. He probably lost power or something.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to tell you that it's
His power.
tell you to
died,
tell Zero. Yeah.
Tell Zero that I won't be on for the next 5 days.
Yo, what's up?
My house got struck by lightning and yeah.
Okay.
I hate how long it
Okay.
takes for the NPCs to spawn in.
Right.
Yeah.
It's logical. If it's the same controller, you shouldn't have to pair it. Yeah, it's on the left by the front, sort of.
Making heaps of food now.
Okay. Yeah, Zero came back in our party. Yeah, because he's like, yeah, I don't know. Grim like said something and like he disappeared. He's like, I don't know if he like lost power or what happened. So yeah, you can find. I'll tell him to just invite you. But if you go in your friends list and go all the way down to like your offline people, you'll see him, his name there offline. You can still send him an invite that way. Yeah, you just find them in the offline list and then send it. But I'll tell him to send you an invite
Show
when,
me what you
when we see you log on. Alright, yep. Alright. Alright, Zero, did you hear that?
Yeah,
His-
yeah.
His
Did
con-
his
no,
internet
it was
go
just
off?
his controller, but then he had to do a hard reset on his Xbox. So his controller just
Oh,
it
yeah.
died, and he switched batteries, and then that didn't work. So then he tried to pair. He thought the batteries were dead. Then he tried to pair it again, which that's why I said like if it's the same controller, you shouldn't have to pair it. But he tried to pair it, and the button on the side of the Xbox wasn't working. So then that's when he called me to see like maybe that's not the button or whatever, and then he did a hard reset on his computer, and now the button's working. So now he's back online. Everything should be working.
Oh, okay.
And he's like, yeah, Zero join your party? Because, like, I can't invite him because he's, like, hiding offline. So I told him, you can do all that, whatever. So I just told him I'd tell you to invite him when he's back on. So
Yeah, okay.
yeah, he's ready whenever you are.
Oh, I don't see him either.
Alright,
I
just
don't see him
just
online.
come up with mine that he just logged on.
Oh, okay. Maybe it'll come up on mine in a sec here.
Yeah, it says he's in a party. But he's not in the party, so I don't know.
Oh, there he goes. Hey, I'm gonna
Alright.
join his party, guys.
It's been real, Zero.
Please. It's been
Really real.
real. I
Adios.
see.
Alright.
It has been kind of
It's
real.
been the sort of realist.
First things first on the realist.
First thing first on the realist. But you ever thought you held in a feelist?
So
How did it feel when you got shot? Yeah.
It felt hot and bullet-y.
Oh, my new axe looks dope.
This box of fish is like, could be like a coffin for my little ass character.
Okay, where are
I
you
just
now?
carried the fish in,
OP.
so I'm in that back alley of the city.
Oh, so you're up the back. I can't remember how to get up there.
Well, now that we're at the same part in the story, hopefully I'll see you on the map.
How are you only level 2?
Well, I didn't fight the Wolf King for 8 years.
Oh, yeah, for like half an hour. Oh, okay, I know where you are. Stay there and I'll come to you.
for 8 years.
Yeah, I don't see you on the map though.
I was fighting it for a long time. Yeah, I'm coming to
You
you
see
now.
me on the map?
That's funny.
No, but I know where you came in.
Alright. Yeah, we gotta be on this like the story mission. Every time you upgrade the story mission, you go into like another phase of shit. Sometimes it's just
Where are you? Because I'm at the fish stairs now.
yeah, I may not be able to see you. I'm at the fish stairs too. Yes.
So I wanna
actually, hold
take-
on.
I kind of want to take some of my stuff off my berserker. Put
Okay, yeah, I have
and I
to
was
catch up.
thinking make the guild
Okay.
with the gold I have on my berserker. But then I don't know if I can hand over Guildmaster thing on my berserker because what I was gonna do then after the Guildmaster thing is actually just get rid of like delete my berserker, right? But I don't know if I can hand over Guildmaster to one of my
Other
to,
character.
to my other
Can
character.
we
Right?
use the mail system?
I can't see
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm gonna have to catch up to the part of the mission you're on, so I'm running to the mission area.
Let me talk to this guild register.
Well, can we
Can't we
use
just,
the
Let me create a guild.
well before you do that and put it on a character? Well, I mean, I guess it serves the same purpose, but then you just won't be able to delete that character.
Oh, I think we have to go matchmaking and actual like start.
No,
Okay, I have to be over level 10. I have to be over level 10. I'm just gonna do
Sure.
it on this character. I'm just gonna do
Yeah,
it on
because then
this
it's got
character.
dungeon
Yeah,
and
yeah, but
everything.
the story, every part of the story is a new like instance. Because we ran into me and Zed ran into this issue, and then he had to, or I had to catch up with
Okay.
him or some shit. So
So there's quest instances. There's areas where you'll go into what is called a quest instance, and when you do that, you can't see me, I can't see you, kind of thing. It's like
Yeah.
a solo instance
Yeah.
type situation that it puts you.
and then if you come out on the other side, you can see other people who have also completed that part of the quest. But anybody who hasn't completed that part, because there might be a character in a different location, or there might be something
I'm
like that.
doing the potato manager right.
Yeah, I'm doing Diego's invitation as my blue story quest mission. So I'm gonna talk to Diego's ass.
Yeah, I kind of want to get rid of my berserker, so I might do that. And just take put whatever I can in the shared bank. I know I can't share gold,
Oh, okay, that's what I was gonna ask. You can't.
so that kind of sucks. But
If you could just mount to yourself.
that kind of sucks. But I might wait to do it to see, because maybe I can use the gold. I can take my gold and deposit it into a guild. The guild, like a guild, maybe like a guild bank or something like that, or give it to the guild. Because if that's the case, I'll just do that, so I'm not completely wasting and getting rid of a character that's got, you know,
Right.
20,
A good chunk
27,
of gold on
or
there.
sorry, 35k.
Well, yeah, and
I think
also
would be
I'm
at
sure
right now,
they
so-
wouldn't if you just deleted a character who was a guildmaster. I'm sure they wouldn't just give it to the guild. Like that's kind of fucked up. Because like, what if you have a bunch of people in the guild and the guildmaster deletes the character either by accident or whatever? Then everybody who was in that guild just no longer has a guild. I just don't see them doing that on purpose.
No, exactly.
Does
I
anyone
don't know how
know
the guild
Rihanna-
system works.
Where Rihanna the cook is?
Mm,
Renana the Cook. It's to the left
Yeah.
side of Karzakor. It's in the abandoned district.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you all.
No worries.
yeah, Zeddy knows. And shite.
Because I need to give her fresh potatoes. Potatoes.
I am when it comes to these kind of games, I'm
Savant.
a matter of like a savant of like knowledge. Like you should have seen back in the game that me and Joe met each other in Terra. Like I was
That's part of why
That's
our
a
guild
freaking-
was as big as it was, because like there were a couple Facebook groups, and anytime anybody asked any questions, either Zed or Bloody Sabbath would, even if the question was already answered, they would still add their 2 cents about it, and so everybody knew Zero Logic through, even if they, and also there was a point at Endgame because there was like 150 or so people in it. So like you'd see Zero Logic or Zero Logic 2 all around the Endgame area. Just go there and there's like
There you go, I got some
25
stars,
people at any time.
and then
things.
everybody started getting used to the Rainbow Z.
Rainbow Z.
Why does the abandoned district look so much better than the actual district?
Because you're just like rough and tumble areas.
Just because I'm here, I'm kind of curious if I can see you. If I were to go into the abandoned district.
I'm trying to get behind you to get a chest, but I don't know how to get behind you.
This looks like there should be somebody right in front of me, but there is not. Oh, it's this guy probably. Guy that didn't show up last time. That little cat in a turban.
Oh, wow.
Turban cat.
See if I can find you guys.
Is this the bag merchant? This is the bag merchant.
Oh, a thug. Dead in 4 hits.
You a boss. Wait till you fortify your gear. You'll be laying.
I
Okay.
fortified
Yeah.
my axe, yeah.
Laying fools out.
I fortified it fully to one of the
Oh,
fortification
someone's
things.
fighting here.
Yeah. I
What's
don't
your
think I remember
character's
the
name?
Armored Ozzy.
Armored Aussie, because why not?
Because why not?
Oh yeah, Armored Aussie. Okay.
Yeah, when I first saw it, when I was invited, I'm like, wait a minute, so you changed your gamer tag to that? And I realized, no, it clearly says his gamer tag underneath that, so.
He
Yeah.
named his character. He named his character Armored Aussie. Yeah.
Makes sense for a berserker.
Jack Rabbit.
Oh, collecting potatoes.
See, the thing is I'm running around this area, but I should be able to see you.
Why though? We're on different quest
Right.
lines.
Yeah, but I've already.
But you've progressed the
Already
story up
completed
past
it,
that,
right?
so I would
So-
think you wouldn't be able to see it.
More faceless thugs. Time to die.
Lloyd's.
I killed them
um,
both.
Although I don't know,
maybe-
because you're in an area that is, like, below you. So I don't know.
I don't know if it. I'm just trying to look for him. Dakota.
Wait, no,
Jack
it's definitely
Rabbit,
good to have,
I
to
don't
know the
exactly
answers
know
to
where it
this
is.
question.
Zarcher. Aldonis.
No,
Faceless Thug.
lag.
Faceless Thug.
I killed all the thugs.
Oh, I might not be in the. I might not be in the right channel. That might
Because
be
I'm over
why I
at the
don't.
coop now.
Are there
Cool.
channels in the city?
Uh. Yeah. What channel are you in?
It doesn't.
4.
Channel 4?
Yeah, level 4.
No, not level. Not level. Your channel. Like if you were to click on the back button, the select button or whatever, it'll tell you like channel 1, channel. There's channel.
Oh,
up to
okay,
4
there it is.
channels.
Yeah, in the bottom left
Where
of the
does it
map.
say it?
So you're looking at the map to. Okay.
Channel 4.
Yeah. You're in channel 4.
I'll switch to channel 4 now.
So if everyone goes to channel 4, we'll be able to see each other.
Hopefully.
Yeah. I'm
I'm
almost
switching to
level
4
10.
now. I'm level. I think I'm level 4 as well.
You're level
What?
2.
My thing says 4.
You're level 2.
For Nana the cook.
No.
Oh,
My
someone's
thing says
fighting
level
something
4.
over
Okay.
here.
You're level 3, armored awesome. That's what my thing says.
But I'm level 5. What
What?
do you mean?
Why does it say level 3 on mine?
Hackhead.
Oh, now it just switched to level 5.
I'm following Opie. I'm following Opie, but
I
he's
see
not,
you
he's
now.
invisible. Like you see me on your mini map up in the top
see-
right. Yeah. I don't see you.
I can see you. Hey there, sexy wolf lady.
I hear your footsteps, but you're invisible.
Sexy wolf
What?
lady.
What's your character's name?
Opie.
Opie. His name is Opie.
No.
Armored Ozzy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Opie.
Yeah, me, I'm Opie. Oh,
Armored Aussie. Why can't I see you guys?
Oh, because it hasn't spawned in yet. Because the guy I need to interact with right here hasn't spawned in for me yet as well. So it's sort of like because you guys are changing channels and it's all loading
Ziva.
this whole massive.
send you an invite. Zeddy. Maybe that'll be easier for us to find each other.
I'm gonna have a look in my bag.
Oh. You're not in the same area as me.
Yeah, we're in like the courtyard now.
Yeah, we're in the big courtyard thing. I've got a guy in front of me that I can't see because he hasn't spawned
I
in
really
yet.
gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Shum Lee. Dix. Chumley.
Chumley Dix, what?
Are you sure you're in channel 4?
Yeah, I see you. Like, I see your little number 3.
Mm-hmm. But you don't actually see me itself, right?
Yeah, I don't see you guys at all. Oh, I see OP now.
So,
I see you both. Yeah, I see you both now.
oh, now I see you.
You guys just spawned.
Okay.
Yeah, because you guys were spawning in. That's what I was saying before.
Okay.
Because, like, the guy who I'm talking to now wasn't here before.
Where is OP?
Right here next to me, the tiny midget guy.
Oh, he hasn't appeared for me yet.
Yeah.
You have. I just.
I need to talk to this guy about something, but apparently... Where do I find mushroom caps?
My,
Outside the city, yeah?
they're outside. My
Alright.
freaking. This chick has way too much boob. There's just too much boob to this chick.
Okay. I have to go in front of me to the...
She's standing there like, everybody check
So
out
I
my
just
rack."
realized, I was thinking, like, my hips hurt. Because Opie made me sleep on my side last night, so, like, my hip is killing me. So I'm like, I need to sit down. I've been standing this whole time. So I went to the bathroom, come in, I'm like, I need to get the chair and sit down and adjust
Yes.
my camera and my mic and all that. And I just realized, like, Chibs is, like, laying in my computer chair. So I have to move him. But, like,
Oh, goodness.
what kind of dog does that?
Steal him.
He's got this giant, it's basically like a couch
Yeah. I need to go inside the
behind me.
thing here.
That big chair that she.
Yeah, but
she
he's like
bought,
laying
yeah.
in my computer chair, like hanging
Yeah.
off.
You guys bought,
Yeah.
Mechanic, I just saw your character and then he just like completely despawned. From
Yeah, it says you're right. Oh, there you are. I see you in front of me. You got a hood on now.
I don't see you
I'm right
at
behind
all
you.
still. I don't have.
Oh,
any
maybe
right
it's
now.
hair. Look.
See, look, nothing spawned in for me. For me in here, it's completely empty. Oh, this guy's just spawned in. Nice. Please do something. Okay, who do you want?
See, you just disappeared now
And now
when
he's
you did that.
despawned again.
When you
What the
accepted that
hell?
quest, you disappeared from me. There we go. Now I appeared behind you.
Nice, a mole cricket. I love mole crickets. We have them all the time.
Oh,
at
they're real
school.
things? I thought it was a made-up monster.
No, search up a mole cricket. They're actually weird because they try to, they dig because they're crickets as well, and they have the front hands like that.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
I really thought it was a made-up monster.
I saw
That's
a,
interesting.
I saw a post. I saw a post of this worm that has the it's like a worm that has teeth but it has no eyes. It's like no eyes. It's like a, or sorry, not like a worm, but it's like a fish that has no eyes, teeth, like really sharp teeth and everything. It has like no backbone and it's bloodless.
Ew.
Right? So it doesn't ever have any blood, right? And it's really weird, and it's like a carnivore, and what it goes is it just basically swims along and kind of feels along the bottom, and anything it comes across it eats.
Gross.
It's a carnivore, right? And they're from
Sexy.
the like they're native to off the coast of
Of course they are. Everything weird is from Australia.
Yeah.
And it's like, and there's a picture of it, and it's like Australia. It's like where Satan keeps his pets.
Exactly. Like, what do you think? Like,
70% of
say
the
if God,
things in Australia
like, what do you
can
think
kill you.
God was thinking when he made Australia? You know what? Let's make a small island in the middle of nowhere and put every fucking creature
Yeah.
that can kill you on it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they get
like,
for being
Yeah.
thieves.
a friend
being
of
convicts.
mine that I play another game with. He was like, seriously, he's like I think the statistics like 70% of the animals of the animals in Australia can kill you. Like he
Yeah, of
and
course.
then and like someone that I was talking to, because it was in a guild when I was playing on ESO, and they were like, what about koala bears? and they're like, koala bears will fucking eat your face. If
Koala bears play no games.
If they really want to, he goes. The thing is that eucalyptus makes them docile, because it's like making it makes them kind of high when they eat the eucalyptus. It makes them kind of high, so it makes them more docile. But they're just like any other fucking bear. They'll bite you. They'll fucking eat your face if they're not docile by eating the eucalyptus. If they haven't eaten eucalyptus in a couple days, then they can
They're just
get
like
quite
a
vicious, right?
tiny
I know,
grizzly
it's
bear.
like, really.
Fuck you up.
Yeah, and someone's like, "Holy shit!" So koala bears are terrifying too. And then he's like, "What about a fucking kangaroo?" They're like, "Well, kangaroos got it."
Nah, kangaroos will fuck you up.
Either. Those things will...
Yeah, they will scratch out your hands.
he's like, you'll be driving down the road. He's like, you'll be driving down
And
the
they
road.
jump in
and
front of
he's
your
like,
car, and that's how most people die by kangaroos.
Yeah,
Death
exactly.
by
They'll
kangaroo.
jump in front of your car. They'll jump in front of your car, and he goes, and the worst is, there's supposedly, like,
Look in the chat.
you probably experience this more often, Rem, but like he's like, there's constant stories of, like, a man killed by a kangaroo. Like, someone's driving down the road, tries to get a kangaroo's in the road, so they try to get out of their vehicle to try to get the kangaroo to move or whatever, and
Yeah.
the kangaroo like hops on their back thing and kicks them, and next thing you know, they're freaking dead from a kangaroo kick.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah,
holy shit.
kangaroos are terrifying.
Well, I need to go down this way now. Then I need
Well,
to go out to the front of the court.
I was reading something. A kick from a kangaroo is a kick from a kangaroo is supposedly like 3 times as powerful as a kick from a horse. So you can think that people here die from getting kicked from horses at times, and a kangaroo's
A horse
kick
will
is 3
like
times as
kick a
powerful,
hole in
like,
your chest.
exactly,
Tell me what
right?
you got.
It's like a fucking cannon. Horses play no games.
Oh, this is only for priests. That's depressing.
What was that about priests?
This chick down here only sells epic items for priests, which bond to your account, so you get to keep them forever.
Down.
Oh wait, no, she said, yeah, priest mage. You get
How did you
some
go
armor for your war
How did you
stag.
go down somewhere?
120,000 gold. I didn't know, I just walked down the stairs.
Oh, you're back out front. Oh. Yeah, I thought you found like a basement or something. I'm like,
Oh.
what? I can't find no steps down.
I wonder if I use my gold on my berserker to buy a mount.
Maybe.
Would it count for my other character?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I feel like they would not let that happen.
Well, the what's it called? The horse. Sorry, the goat. Like, if you go in right now, the goat will count for you. Like, you don't
How do
need
you
to
do
Oh,
go
really?
5.
I want to go.
Yeah, you can.
I've been running around
You know what?
all slow with
Since
my
I'm
tiny
here.
ass legs.
Yeah, where do you get them?
In the mail. They'll send you one in the mail.
I'm gonna go have to look at that.
Oh my god, all this time I...
Wait, is Marco fighting me? No, he just.
Yeah,
ran
Marco's a
away.
very
Nice.
confusing character. He's a farmer. The next time you see him, he's like a BDSM specialist. I don't really get it.
Yeah, for me, he was very beefy, and then he
Mhm.
had 2 swords.
And like, just like a leather harness.
And I was like, wait, you just the guy like.
And his
just
nipples are all
fell?
out.
I was like, ooh.
Okay, so
I'm not against free nipples.
I need to kill Fierceless Bandits here, but there's none here, so I can't.
Wait, did I just get what I was looking for? Where's the teleporter?
Ah, Fierceless Bandit.
Where is this teleporter at?
But I need to go over to the other side of the map to activate the mission first.
Well, look for a mailbox. Look for a piece of mail on your map. You can go get your mail and get your goat. You can have the goat.
Are you level
Yeah,
5?
he's 5.
Are you, yeah, you're. He's level 5. Okay, so there's the guild register here. But at least I know where it is in this city. I will.
I found Marco again.
I wish we could somehow. I wish we could somehow trade gold, but we can't.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow, this Fierceless agent in 3 hits I already did 50 damage to him. Like 50% of his health.
Mmm. Nice, I just bit my fucking lip like a noob.
I'm doing 149 damage per hit.
I'm a lip biter. Hey, Rain, take these.
Killed him. I love how Marco didn't help, but...
No, my game's crashing again, motherfucker. I never did a fucking social media post. God damn it. So you got anybody in your stream? Anybody
Darren,
stopping by the most armored Aussie?
Good luck, Marco. There you go.
So
just
I have
let Marco,
30.
like,
I
push him
have
somewhere.
32,000. I have 32,000 gold.
Nice.
So you're thinking about starting a Gildo?
Can you give me 32,000 gold?
No, bro. You gotta
Apparently I got something in
eat
the
your
mail.
own cantaloupes.
I wish you could just check the mail, like, instead of having to go to the mail place.
But
Well, you can. You can. That's why. Like eventually you can buy the things like, you know, you can get like one of the things there. It's like, you know, you get
Yeah.
what is it 4, you know, like 5 mailbox things or whatever. You get like a random mailbox that appears. You can check your mail at random places.
Yeah, I see.
Alright.
One is it's up to the left there.
No, I mean,
I didn't know
guys-
you could do that.
like when I was saying from the battle pass, like
Oh, from the battle
one of-
pass.
Oh,
you can
okay.
get these special things, or
Yeah.
like the blessed pass. Like there's random items in the game where you can
I
summon
love
a
that
thing.
name. The Blessed Pass.
Yeah, man. It's pretty spooky.
It's pretty
It's super blessed, bro. So my game crashed, but like didn't crash completely. Oh, there we go. Now I'm finally at the title screen. They're
What
like
does that mean?
closed,
don't
but
know.
didn't like take me to the title
Like,
screen.
There's just no one here, and it's just me.
Okay, so I'm gonna
Oh,
do it.
wait. Dead K. Hatter is here.
So I'm gonna create Zero
Okay.
Logic.
We're creating.
Giving us a foothold in
Zero
this,
logic.
in this game.
Sorry, I just yawned halfway through, plus died at the same
I
time.
mean, that's a pretty vicious yawn.
This guy's got a horse. Where do you get that from?
Go to your mailbox. You should have a goat. Or a sheep or something.
But I want a
Well-
horse, not a goat.
You get a goat. You have to work your way up to a horse.
He's level 6 and he's level 6 and he's got a horse.
He must have been sleeping with the dev team.
Okay, so now I get these kind of cool things that I can see. Alright, total guild members, 1 out of 50. Guildmaster Arena, there we go. Edit announcements, edit
But how do
guild
I
info,
use? How do I get out my horse?
Go to
Goat, sorry.
hit start.
guild info,
Go to the bottom left
guild roster.
in stable,
It's in my. Wait, start. Oh, okay.
and then bottom left is stable. Then you
Guild
yeah
Yeah.
equip it as your default or whatever.
I can choose which one I get. You can choose.
I think you only have the goat unlocked.
So
I
if
think-
I can go to my friend's
Oh,
No,
really?
I can choose.
So I
whichever one
chose
wanna
the
get.
goat. I thought that was my only option.
Yeah. Do you not see the
Yeah,
massive
but I
base
thought
one?
that the goat was the only. When I looked at it, I thought the goat was the only one that was unlocked. I mean, I could be wrong.
I think you can just choose from the green ones, because the... Do I have one or can I get... Yeah, I think you had to choose from the green ones. So I could get a
So,
lioness.
Did you get that, Justin?
No.
You can get a unicorn.
Go into click select, go over to the guild tab and see if you got a guild invitation.
Select guild.
I'll send you
Pending
one
guild
too,
invitations. Nope. Oh yes, yes I do.
Give me a second.
Awaiting guild approval. Let's decline this shit. I don't want these fucking weirdos around. Boom. Me be's a guildie.
Oh, okay, so I can guild initiate, and then I can take you from guild to guild member, guild veteran, guild officer. Cool.
I don't know, it didn't give me one.
I'm doing it right now. Give me a second.
No, like it didn't give me a animal.
Oh, it didn't?
Oh, really? Oh, it should be in your consumables. You have to go to your consumables and find white cloud
Oh, okay. I
did.
forgot. Yeah, there is a like a
token.
a voucher thing. I forgot all about that part.
5 boxes I can open, so I'm
That's
opening them.
nice. I want boxes. Give me boxes.
I'm not
have some.
entirely sure
I do have a
what
King's
the
box. Shit is open, bro.
Oh yeah, I gotta go.
guild applications, guild info. Edit emblem.
Bush.
Give me a second.
Thank you. I got an armor fortification stone, equipment upgrade stone, bag pieces. I got a better totem that give me a defense of 62 instead of being only 36.
That's a come up.
Also got a new adventurer armor. Which makes me look even more like a sniper.
Yeah. It's one of my problems with games like this.
Because now you see me massive click.
Yeah, yo. Oh, I got skill points.
Wait, how do you get the points for the animals though? Like the U-shaped ones.
I do not know.
I don't know what that.
So how do I get out of this? Alright, there we go.
So now.
Wait, what's this game
Less
called again?
Unleashed.
Bless Unleashed.
Bless, yep.
Alright, so I have 100,000 or
How to
now I
get
have, like,
animal
what?
tokens in Bless Unleashed.
Now I have 2,831 gold. Barely fuck all, but guild is created.
Boom, boom.
So now I'm running around and it
You
should
can
say,
tame animals if you want.
Hmm.
yeah, after you get to level 30, I think it is, you can get a specific thing.
I think it's level 30. Jesus Christ.
It's that's when you get the estate, which is like the housing, and you can get like certain things.
How to get animal tokens in Bless Unleashed.
Oh shit, I went down. Fuck. Can Marco get me up? Probably not. I wasn't paying enough attention to my life.
I don't know where you are, so.
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
I can't
fine.
hit you up.
Oh wait, I can resurrect the...
Where are you?
I'm doing the Marco quest. I'm gonna recover using star seeds. It's fine.
I'm gonna do the bandits here in this town.
There's got to be some stuff you can do with the guild eventually, because
You said there's
Just
guild
kinda-
housing you saw somewhere?
very something like that.
I like the idea of that.
Did you send me an invitation to the guild?
I did, yeah. It should be in your
Hit
guild.
select.
If you
Where's that?
click select.
Oh, over the guild, yeah, I see it. Ah. There we go. Accepted. There you go.
Harmonize, you joined the guild.
Oh, game froze. Oh, it's back.
Yeah, my game has crashed a couple times.
My game is dead. Has everyone done everything inside?
I don't know. No,
City yet?
inside the city now. I'm doing the Marco quests in the abandoned district now. How do I get to that? It looks like it's...
Oh, I'm stuck rolling. Oh, there we go. Hey, I'm quite dead.
Oh, is this the way back there?
Why do I need to buy dye? I hate this. One quest makes me spend 5,000 gold on
Yeah.
dye.
That, when I got to that, I had already just spent all my money on, fortified my gear, so I didn't have enough for it. So I had to, like, sell something to get enough.
If
Yeah,
had
I don't know.
Like, why
I
do
still
you
have it, like, in my inventory on that character. I had no idea what I was supposed to do with it for.
Really? It's just buying
Yeah, I had no
something?
idea what to do with it.
So I have to buy linen dye.
Mm-hmm.
Can't I just buy the cheapest?
I
thing
wish
she
you
has?
could, but no, I think it's... Yeah.
I have to buy... Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's 1,000 linen dye. I bought one there though. Wow, what a big quest. I never knew I'd be doing such a hard quest.
Good
What
thing they
about
got
you,
somebody with
Bucky?
such raw talent to do this quest.
I know, right? Oh, that was a hard one. I had to click A 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Bless you.
God bless you. You know what? I'm bless you
Oh.
now. Since Joe pushed in and said it
Oh,
first.
snap. You're blessed, bro. Don't matter what he says, you're blessed.
Wow, boys.
Why did everybody just die? Why is everybody dying as I'm like running around this corner?
Where are you now? Mr.
Fighting some faceless thugs, doing the vigilantes justice quest.
Because now I have to go kill bandits, which are back all the way where we spawn, basically. It's all over near the King Wolf area. And then I have to come all the way back into the city to do the one here. Wait, let me track this one.
Pick up the loot. Pick up the loot.
Nope, apparently it doesn't work. Okay, I'm just gonna go kill thugs because I'm bored while I'm waiting for you guys.
Okay, I'm killing some faceless thugs as well. I don't know what vigilante justice. Oh shit! Defeat faceless thugs in the demolished district. Okay, so I am doing the right thing. 4 out of 6.
Done. Yeah, I still have to do that one, so I'm gonna come do that one because I think I didn't do it. So where do you have to do it?
In the abandoned district, the
Yeah, I'm here, but I can't see you.
I am. Let's see if I can find.
I just saw one die right next
Yeah,
to
that
me.
happened when I ran around here to do
Yeah, I
that, to
just
do
see-
this quest. Like they just like were falling dead at first. All right, so I see the steps that I came in at, or that you would have came in at.
Damn it, someone else stole my kill.
Okay, that's not you.
Yeah. I'm right next to it.
Oh,
Stairs.
okay.
I see Betty.
Let's see. What channel are you on?
I'm now heading to the left. Let me check. How do you change
You
channel
hit
again?
Select
I'm on
still.
channel
Okay, yeah.
4.
Put me on channel 3. So,
Yeah.
let me go back to 4.
I was gonna say.
I don't know why it would change me. I don't know. I guess coming out of the Marco quest.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, Zed. I think you're on the wrong channel too. Because you're not showing up.
I'm in a far off area.
How do I?
Oh,
Oh,
you left us.
my game just froze. There we go. Oh yeah, if I just zoom all the way out, I can see him. He's just far. Okay, so I have. Okay, so I completed that. Now I have.
See, I've been
Wait a
waiting
minute.
for mechanic. I was gonna go off and do my thing, but I'm just like, you know what? Someone just stole me kill.
Oh, this fucking thug just came up out of nowhere. Wants to fuck with me. You want to fight, bro? You want to fight, bro?
I've got an archer that keeps on stealing my kills. A mage summon, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, I've been that guy.
Cause apparently now I've got 0 thugs in the demolished. Now I've defeated 0 apparently. And he's still
Well, it
doing
won't
it.
really
Oh my
count
god, I actually
when it
hate
comes
this guy.
when it comes to stealing kills or whatever. As long as you hit something, you'll get the same. You'll get the kill for it. So just be sure to hit things.
But I've just killed like 7 things and it hasn't finished on my thing. It hasn't come up as me killing them.
Oh,
My
wow.
quest
Let me
isn't
see if I can
complete.
find you.
That sucks.
I must be getting close to
So-
because I'm
Right.
finding things that I can loot.
Quest still says 0 out of 6.
I need to see if guilds are tied to
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
tied to the account, or are they tied to character?
Yeah, my quest is done. Mine now says Desperate Times. I have to collect speckled lava meat. Which sounds super gross.
Alright, so let's log in with Berserker. What are you doing? Why are you doing that weird stuff? Come on. Here, I give you a pillow to lay on. There you go. Or come on, get under the blanket then.
Yeah, we don't do that
There you
weird stuff, Siren. You better cut that out. This is not a weird stuff channel.
Is this Rihanna? I don't know. I killed the thugs around her, but she's not talking to me.
I don't know.
Plus, there's two of her. What the hell?
Every time I try to find you, it's... Ah, there you are. Okay. She's over here. If you need to find...
Yeah, look, there's heaps of faceless thugs here. Like, just hit them all. And you can get one.
Are you sure you have the right quest up on your thing? Have you hit left bumper and
Yeah, it's right
quest?
here. It's the quest right here.
So Conor McGregor wrote on Twitter, "When I'm in Canada, I'm the king of the North. Haha, fuck Ernest Manias. I'll be in Winnipeg, November 14th. If you got something to say, Ernest, right?" And Jim Carrey posts, "I would watch myself in Winnipeg now if I were you." The funny thing is that, like, I haven't told you this, but like Winnipeg is like probably the most dangerous city in all of Canada.
So that fucking douche nozzle's gonna get it. Shit, pushed in, bro.
Takes me 2 hits
Well,
to kill
it says
someone.
it says like, well, they're not telling a lie when they're saying like, you know, you're like they're saying, you know, he'll be in whatever, and he's watch yourself in Winnipeg. Like the statistics are insane. Like Winnipeg's a pretty big city, and it's considered like one of the most dangerous cities. Like I think I want to give you the
Oh, and now
exact
it's worked.
stats,
Okay, good.
but
Now it's worked
it's
for some
ridiculous.
reason. Okay, so there's
Okay,
that. done.
yay.
Have you?
I got you.
Oh, I just died. I need help. Oh. Oh.
I got you, bro. Let me just massage your scalp.
So Winnipeg.
Thank you.
So Winnipeg has the highest crime index since 2009, more than double the Canadian average.
Shit. Yeah.
You're a mechanic. Have you done the
Yeah.
6 bandits here? Have you got bandit ambush as one of your things?
No, I think I did that.
You do? Where
it
is
was
it for you?
back.
Have you,
Yeah, I
where is
did it
for you?
already. It was back. It was like on the road somewhere.
Is there number 2 for you there?
No.
Because mine's got a second part and it's all the way back over where the Wolf King was. So I need to go all the way
Yeah,
back
let's actually we can.
over.
Wolf King was right. I forget what a wolf. I think that's the Wolf King.
Like all the way back near the start, where he first started. Well, I think we can use in the Casa Platz. I think we can use that to teleport the weird thing
Yeah,
in there.
let's go do that. I'm gonna mount up on my weird goat.
do you
Once you
use it?
select, so then if you go in your inventory and you like use the voucher or the certificate to, okay, and then you go
Yeah.
hit start, go to your stable, in the bottom left, and then you
Oh,
hit
there it is,
A on it to
yeah.
make it your own, and then when you're out of combat, you hold left bumper or whatever your toggle action button is. On the bottom left, it should say a button is toggle action, then like use item, cycle your quick slot bar. Yeah.
Mount. There we go. Yeah, I pressed it. Nothing happened.
Hold left bumper. Hit.
Oh, and it just
Yeah.
matched
So-
the repeat, okay.
So this rate is a by.
That goes to... That's horrible.
These rates are by per 100,000 people, right? So
I'm just gonna use the teleport.
Okay.
these are the violent crime indexes, right,
Mhm.
Joe? So listen to this real quick. So, murders are sitting at 9.2 per 100,000 residents and this is per year. Okay, so per 100,000 residents, 9.2 is the rate. So like about 9 people die out of 100,000 people in that city
Okay.
every year. So if there's
Okay, I'm taking my
There's a
goat 'cause the
million
teleporting
people.
thing hasn't
if
shown
there's
up
a
for
million
me.
people in that city, that's gonna be 9 times 10. So there you go. That's
90.
90 people.
900.
90 people are gonna die by murder alone, right? In
No.
Winnipeg per year, right? The robbery rate. So if somebody were to come and rob you or whatever, the robbery rate is at. Give me a second.
Mechanic, I'm already
Yeah, it looks
halfway
like you're
there
still
already.
in the city, is what it's telling me.
I'm not. I'm all the way near the next checkpoint thing.
Uh,
If you teleport there, because their checkpoint
So the
wasn't
robbery rate
coming up
is-
for me.
The robbery rate.
Yeah,
is
I'll meet you in the harbor.
376.
Yeah.
Are these?
Because I'm at the
yeah, I'm
harbor
doing it
now.
right now.
Yeah. Okay. So the robbery rate is 376.7 per 100,000 people.
It's not bad.
It's a giant foot. I just noticed.
Which is still like a lot of like robberies that are going.
300
on,
and some out of
right?
100,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not. I don't know. It's like point some
Kenna, come on, get on
percent.
your goat,
I
let's
just
go.
dropped in from the sky, bro. Mechanic is on his goat.
I'm running circles around this small dude. Oh, I don't know how to control my boat.
Assault is 1,249 per 0.8 per 100,000, so it's 1,200. Let's see.
Oh, I should probably spawn in my goat again since you're just there. My goat hasn't spawned in. Oh, there we go. Let's go. For me, you're just running along. on
What?
foot. Oh, there you go. Your goat's at the end. It's miniature.
Yeah, I got a tiny little goat. For a tiny little person.
Look at my goat. My goat's stupid.
I got all confused when I was trying to look behind.
Weaves everywhere. Okay, apparently I need to kill bandits here. So, dismount. And roll out.
I wanna know what
What,
The
apparently he
difference
just
is-
died from that thing. There's no one
To a
here.
different-
Yeah, you gotta wait for the ambush to pop in.
But everyone's dead.
They'll be back. Here he is. Right
Oh,
here.
I think this guy killed him.
This
Where?
guy with the shield.
So just to put it into perspective, our thing was 9.6
There you
per
go.
murder rate. Per
Yes, I did
100,000
it.
people,
Right.
right? And I'm looking at the statistics of New York City, and it's at 3.6.
3.6 for every 100,000 people.
per
Right,
100,000
that's
people.
insane, right?
Yeah, the murder rate in New York. NYPD Chief of Crime Control Strategies Lori Poddock said the murder rate of 3.61 per 100,000 people. So,
Okay.
So Winnipeg has 3 times the murder rate that New York City does.
I now need to go out the back of the city. So I have to teleport to the city now. Let's go.
Okay.
Now, so you got to think about the amount of homicides that are happening, like murders. That
Wait,
are
is there
happening
anything
on a
that can
constant
teleport?
basis.
Now
from
we have to
here?
run south.
Wait, can you teleport from the? Can't you tele? Yeah, there's one up here. No, can't you teleport from the?
No,
fires?
they're like the weird eagle-looking things near the fires. So there is one up here by the fire, at Marco's farmstead, and there's also
No, okay,
one
let's go check it out.
to the south
Wait.
at the harbor. I mean,
They got killed.
New
Let's go
York
up to the
has
fire.
some pretty fancy places as well.
Where are you? You
I'm
sound
running up to
disappeared.
I'm at the teleporty thingy in the north.
The
Okay,
the
I'm coming.
majority of Winnipeg is all like, what's it called?
Wait, why is this thing
The
not
majority of
here?
Winnipeg's just fucking.
Did
just
you
the-
read what it says? That's his
Oh,
farm
there it is.
stand.
No, no,
It's not
it
an
just
actual-
spawned in. It spawned in late. It's right here. Right next to me.
Wow.
This pole.
Wow.
Yeah, it
hasn't
took me a
spawned
while
in
to
for
spawn
me.
in.
You know what? Let's go kill this big boy over here.
Big boy.
Did you get the the gloves? from the
Yes,
start?
from the Wolf King. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, because this thing's still not spawning in for me. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's go.
Okay, you ready to roll out?
I want to use and I want to teleport to. It requires gold
Yep.
to work. Wow. 253 gold.
Yep.
That's expensive. Nope.
Yeah.
Expensive enough, but
I mean, we
Yeah,
get
he's on
plenty,
Facebook. God damn it,
plenty
let's get
of-
Facebook. You boomers.
plenty of gold. I'm
You boomers
monitoring
get
my
off
social
Facebook.
media as I stream, man.
you boomers get off Facebook. Fucking
Exactly.
You call me a boomer? Wow.
You boomer. See, I can't even use that because I use Facebook too. I just fell out of the sky.
Mhm.
What?
You just like appear 20 feet in the air.
Nice. Let's jump on our goats and go the hell through the city. Unruly, thanks for the follow.
Yeah, Unruly. Way to go, Unruly.
Thanks for the follows. Thanks for supporting my boys.
Let's go. I spawned in my goat, but apparently not. So I need to spawn it in again. Oh, there we go. Now I'm on it. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun,
I'm
dun,
coming.
dun,
My goat's got little legs.
dun, 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 dun.
My goats.
No, he doesn't. Goats have the
No,
same
why?
legs.
That doesn't
Aha,
make
jump.
sense.
I wish you could just run over people with your
I
goat.
mean, that's not nice.
And it just like kills
I mean,
them.
that's super not nice.
So apparently I need to do stuff out here.
Mm.
Oh my goat.
Shit, I didn't realize, like, I'm almost
Apparently I need to kill things
full.
out here.
My inventory's almost full. And I need to check my mail. Oh, there's a guy.
I need to defend this.
Hold on, there's a
wagon.
general
Let's go.
merchant guy. I gotta sell some stuff to stuff. Oh shit, wait, I have a new staff? What? No,
Are you here to
no,
help
not yet.
kill these guys?
I have a new staff I didn't realize that I should have equipped. It has an extra 24 damage. It does. I
told
got
you to
stuff I gotta
run.
do, bro. There's stuff that's gotta be done, bro. Like, another chest piece that adds 43 armor and stuff. Dude, I got like a whole nother set of stuff to put on. I got 3 different
just
belts I
killed him.
can wear, man.
But yeah, I did it. I need to talk to this guy up here, this captain.
So it's common, but it has a unique effect, and my uncommon ones don't.
Oh, I got a
That don't make no
reserve shoulder
sense.
piece. It doesn't do. Oh.
Oh. Let's see.
Oh, I
Reward
got a
options
necklace.
And all 3 rewards are the exact same. Oh wait, no. Reputation gain +2, potion buff, increase health recovered from gaining, regenerated.
Regenerating shape. Alright, so I got a necklace, which is cool. I've never had a necklace before.
Wait, why is it still here? Do I have to do it again? No, oh, I have to talk to him because he's going to give more quests to me.
Alright, so I need to, oh shit, I need to go to hand these bag
Need help?
pieces in.
No problem.
A lot of people.
There you go.
wear
His
stuff,
quest is now
so
done,
need
and
to
I need
change
to go to the right here.
that.
Can I not sell it stuff?
Need to change that to make it stand out a bit.
Alright.
I just killed like 7 level 5 bandits in 3 hits, bro.
You the man. You the man, bro. Oh, I got treasure map fragments. I didn't know.
Wait, how do you become an orc? I want to be an
There's no work. It's probably a thing that you are that they just, yeah, they made
Skin?
it green looking. I ran into one of those earlier and I thought the same thing.
Be a bandit? You want to die by my
Alright.
axe? Okay.
So it's not.
Just killed him.
It's not account bound. That's kind of cool.
So it's not account bound. It's character bound.
Meaning, yeah, meaning each character can have
Different guilds.
Oh, I died.
different guilds. Yeah, if you wanted to.
Starseed's good for that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to delete this berserker, and I think I'm going to make a priest.
Loot.
That's kind of cool. I like that. I like that. So
do
you
you like?
click when you go to go click it. Like as much as this sucks right now, when you go to just click delete a character, it tells you it will take 5 minutes to delete the character if you want
Oh,
to
nice.
restore the character in the next
Okay.
5 minutes. Just click this again.
So if you
right?
delete it, because that happened to me on Terra, I deleted it and then instantly realized like, oh man, I had like stuff that I got from like playing the beta and stuff on that character that I never transferred over, that I didn't equip specifically for that reason, and then I forgot about it, and then it was gone forever.
Exactly. So yeah,
I might
this-
die
this-
more often because I can't see my
This
health.
is kind of cool. So yeah, it takes 5 minutes to delete a character. So now I have to sit here and 3 minutes left to delete it, and then it'll delete. So it doesn't auto delete.
I like it.
As much as it's like, oh, I gotta wait 5 minutes, it's still kind of like
Equipment
kind of
effect
helpful
defense plus
in case.
73, or should I go with max health plus?
I think I went max health rather than defense when I had the option.
Yeah, I'll go with max health.
oh, stinky bum. Siren's a stinky bum.
Stinky.
Forgot what I was doing for a second.
Just
Forgot
farted.
what I was doing for a second. Alright, so that's done.
Seriously, dogs.
They're going
I'm
to go
sure
down
your
to the
dogs.
left.
do
Okay,
this
I'm gonna
too.
run.
I'm sure your dogs do this too, Joe. But freaking, this dog farts
Yeah.
so much.
They definitely do. They smell like shit all the time. Alright, I'm gonna run to the north.
I know you
To-
were complaining the OP. Was it Chip?
Not normally,
Smelling
but
shit
today he was
normally?
smelling like shit. Yeah. I'm running to the north to get this soul pyre and the mail, and I think there's a teleporter thing up here. Where is the mail? Oh, there's the mailbox. Get it? Just checking the mail.
Where are the starving wolves?
Because they're hungry, bro.
No, where?
They're wherever the food is not. Probably.
Oh, found him. Oh, that's a horse. I could still kill it.
They're not wolves. That's just a horse. I don't. Alright, whatever. Let's, oh, this is what I have to do. I forgot what my next step was. Need to salvage some equipment.
The horse did 600
Oh,
damage
yeah,
to
those
me.
horses.
Oh yeah, why? Yeah, you're messing with
Yeah.
the horses.
No, I'm not. I'm killing
Yeah, but the
starving wolves.
horses,
'Cause I have
if
to
they get
Yeah.
bothered, they're like level 9.
The horses are.
I will
vicious
be
there.
with you in 1 second.
Come here, old horse. Then you want to die?
You guys have moved on pretty quick.
Yeah, we're.
Progressed pretty
Yeah, I've
quickly.
moved out because I have to get horse meat and all that. Well, wolf meat.
Yeah, we're doing some crazy things.
All the horses are on me. Do I have a bomb or something I can just throw at them?
Yeah,
That would
no,
be nice.
don't think so.
Look at them all after me, bro. I've got wolves and horses on me at the same time.
Alright, I am coming. Now that that's done.
There we go. It's her. It's thing create. So do I make? Oh, that's Crusader. Berserker. I did really like the Ranger, but Leech, Priest. Never really played the Priest too much. So.
On my way, bro. Yeah, I like the priest. I'm enjoying this priest.
Thank God I just got help by you.
Wait a minute.
Level 8 mage.
Oh, wait, gone the wrong way. Shit.
Oh.
Boom.
Now that I see you, OP, oh, no, sorry, mechanic, all I see is zero logic.
Zero
Zero
logic. Zero logic.
That's your new name. Here's the wolf I need to kill, but I might need some help so I don't die by
Okay.
horse.
I'm coming. Wait, where are you? You are right here. Okay.
There you go.
Oh,
I'm out,
yep.
'cause
Dude, I
the
got
wolf.
killed by one hit from a horse.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a kamikazes in there doing some damage.
The horses are
Yeah.
following me. The
Just
horses are
keep on
following
running.
me. Quick, I need to interact with you. Yes, speed up text. Yes. Sure, I can do that.
Yeah, I was able to do some damage with the
There's wolves here if you need them.
yeah, I'm down at the moment. Oh wait, I can get myself up with star seeds. I forgot. Wait, these guys are actually
Defeat
killing these
stumped
horses, so they
peas.
might get me out. No, kamikaze's down. Alright. Oh shit, these guys are down. Oh, there's a level 5 Goliath here. A berserker. Is that what Death was? Or Die Hard? Did he make a berserker? Yeah.
It's a berserker.
I
Yeah,
wonder if
he
that's
did.
him. Do you know if he's playing?
Mhm.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't think he's playing right now.
Because there's a level 5. No, get away from me. Level 5 berserker named Goliath.
And I died.
You
nice.
died. Okay.
Of course, and because I unlocked it, like it regained its full health. Of
I'm
course.
coming.
These guys are hard to kill, and I have to kill 8 of them.
Yeah, the wolves. If we can find the wolves without the horses.
No, the stumped bugs are even harder,
Oh.
bro. Well, actually, no, they're easier because you don't have to go up against horses.
Actually, you know what? Let me go pick up this quest. I did this last time with Zed. I didn't pick up the didn't pick up the quest. Did all the stuff to do the quest, and then didn't get any credit because I then had to go pick up the quest and then do it again. So I'm gonna go do that. I'll be right back. God damn it, OP. He's barking at the fucking vacuum cleaner, like. I know, Chibs. He's fucking ridiculous. I know. I know, bro. I know.
It's just like I'm not.
Oh man, you know what? I never keep forgetting. I never did my social media post. I even said something like an hour ago, and then shit happened, and I didn't actually follow through with it.
Aha, where's Margaret again?
Oh well.
Margaret, why haven't you spawned in? God,
I'm not gonna do it now.
I don't know what level I am. I think I'm level 6, but I don't know.
Yes,
That
you
thing
are
always
level
does
6.
that. Yeah, that's what you see.
Oh,
Let me check. Margaret isn't even here yet. Where is she, bro? I need to give you stuff, Margaret. So why are you here?
Are you gonna play a game with me?
There we go. I said Margaret, but his name's Maury. Oh no, wait, no, I need to meet Margaret. Where the hell's
Margaret's by like the amphitheater.
Oh, Margaret's all the way up here.
It's not confusing, is it? Alright, so.
Kind of. What did this kid need help with? What was he hungry
Maury needed you. The stuff you're dropping off in Margaret. You picked up the quest from Maury. The wolves and the stump bugs.
I don't know, I'm gonna go drop this off with Margaret. Who's ages away.
Yep, we're killing the stump bugs.
Mobian Man, thanks for following.
Damn, another follow, bro? Look at you.
Rasgertol. I hope I'm saying that right. Rasgertol, thanks for the
Look
follow.
at you go, bro. You're gonna be
Strong language.
famous
thanks
in
for
no
the follow.
time. Why can't I loot that?
Where's Margaret? I guess she's out this one. I lost Margaret. Oh no, she is in here.
Looks like I'm gonna have to dedicate like Mondays to Minecraft.
Oh, you
Minecraft Mondays.
I'm not playing Minecraft. Mm-hmm.
Monday.
I've also got a good host
Mm.
last night.
That does help. But
We literally dropped like 50
yeah, if
views
you're
on
not entertained enough, you could have 5,000 people in your chat. If you're not entertaining enough, no one's gonna come back.
it. Consider it done. Not so much I'm afraid.
Die, you stump bugs.
Where can I find the materials? Pyro Boom. thanks.
Damn, look at you go, bro. Now, if you were on Twitch, you'd be affiliate.
Yeah, I could already be a part of this. I have some wolf teeth. Best of luck. Is that? I just had to say best of luck, and that makes a new thing. What? It says there's a chest off in this corner, but I can't find. Oh, this guy. The manager.
Oh. I can't carry anymore? Are you kidding me? Wait, I can't carry anymore? What? I'm 20 out of 28 stuff. Oh, I can't carry more stump bug carcasses? Oh, I've probably been done this for a while and I've just like been doing the same thing. Instead of reading and paying attention. Reading is fundamental, kids. Stay in school.
Stay in school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do. Protect the poor. Come on, but they're poor. Why can't I just leave them?
Because they're poor.
I think they just died.
I mean,
Footpad. What the hell's a footpad?
it's like the Foot Clan soldier people.
Oh wow. Have to protect the poor from fearsome mushrooms. Or
I mean,
mushrooms.
how terrifying is that giant mushrooms?
Come here, footpad.
Here we go.
Level 6 footpad, get over here, boy. Come here, raging mushroom. Cancerous mushroom cap is what I'm gonna call them.
I need to go over here and talk to Margaret.
The roads aren't safe.
Come on, Margaret. Stop talking to me.
There you go. I did my objective here. My bag is full. Official orders. Can you like delete stuff from my bag?
You can. Yeah,
Oh,
you can destroy
sorry.
stuff. You can salvage equipment at the soul powers and get stuff for it, and then you can sell stuff.
Wait, isn't
No.
destroying salvaging?
No,
You go to
How do
like
you
a
salvage 'em?
campfire,
you have to do it at the.
hit A on it, and then you
Yeah.
go down to salvage equipment, and it'll give you a list of the stuff you can salvage. Yeah.
At the fire. Okay.
So I do
You're
that. I
good,
salvage
you're
everything I can, and whatever I can't salvage, I go sell.
Yep. Hey, Alan, I need to talk to you. About dying. You seem concerned. Absolutely, I'll head my way there. With pleasure, because I completed that quest.
Red fruits, maces made.
So I need to salvage equipment.
Oh man, I love Takis. Oh, I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Well,
I'm working on it, bro. I'm working on it. Watch out, pup. Move. Come on, in. In. Come on. Move. Move. Come on, in. Stay. 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 open earlier? Right, you want to open it? One button will go up. Alright, shoot the stuff back. Alright, shoot the stuff back. BRB. What's up? Yeah.
Jesus Christ, these guys take so long to revive me. But for me, it take like 3 seconds to res someone. Bro. What? I just found a giant ogre. And I'm actually killing it with them. We killed it. Nice.
Well, I don't know what that does, but
I just killed a giant mountain troll. This thing is massive, bro. Just died.
All right. I think Joe's still gone, right, Ram?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell him I've gone to bed. Okay, and I'll talk to
Okay,
him
yeah, man.
tomorrow.
See you later, mate.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah. Now. I'm gonna be going to bed. Oh my god, I can hear myself.
A while.
1.5. Okay.
Yeah.
I am. Not these dogs.
Why? What happened?
Done.
What'd they do now?
I almost had them.
Oh, that's no good. Never happened, yeah. Do you want to head down to... Yeah, sorry. You go ahead. No, yeah, it's fine. I was gonna say, because if you look on the map, do you want to head down to where... to Galapagos's farm? Plus, you missed out on killing a giant mountain troll. I think you can still get him, because that's the second time I've fought him. No, Zeddy left, unfortunately. Just fortified my axe again. Oof. Oh. Your staff. Your big staff. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, let's head down this way. Yeah, because I've been killing like 5,000 things while I've been waiting for you. Yeah.
Like, I definitely get.
Where did you go? Oh, you're killing this big guy, okay. Yeah. Just one hit him. Yeah. Glitch? Oh. That sucks, bro. Okay. So, I might need your help with these guys up here. With like the captain and all that up here. Because I know that these guys can be hard because I've died to them a couple of times. Let's go. There's one down. And for you, Archer. Wow. That was quite easy with you. I got another training totem. Huzzah. Good job. You ready for some more action? Let me quickly just eat something. There we go. Whew. It's actually so much easier with having someone to help you. Eat something to heal up, yeah. Oh! Oh, Jesus, I thought he was an enemy. I'm gonna go, oh no! Now. Hey look, he spawned again. And he only goes to cheat. Oh no! The cheat spawned again! That literally just knocked him in the head. Okay, let's just get out of here quick. Let's get out of here. I don't want to keep... Okay, go to the road. Run away. Run down this way. And eat stuff as well. I just want to get to the farm. Oh, there's a chest here. Do you want some extra gold? Oh, I got a bug bag piece. I said a bug piece for some reason. Wait, we're going the complete wrong way. I'm meant to be going back over this way. Because I'm trying to go to the farm, which is like all the way up here. Well, we took the road the right way, but we needed to take the right-hand turn instead of the left-hand turn. So it's up here. Yeah, come on, come back this way. Wait, you know what then? My goat doesn't spawn on time. My goat's just like a bit delayed. See, here we go, we're meant to go up to this farm. Yeah, exactly. Hello, buddy. I had to do something up here, I can't remember what. You just teleported in, okay. Yeah, but can you ride a goat like a goat? Just ride straight through someone. See, look, and then there's a teleport up here as well. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I can. Oh yeah. So you're gonna teleport back to the thing. Where do you have to teleport to? I discovered it, so it should not work for you. What? I'm gonna teleport back to the plaza because I've got 2 quests done in there. Where do you want to meet back up? Do you want me to then teleport out front of the place you're going? Yep. So, yep. Oh, okay, yeah. Just fell from the sky. Don't know how I didn't break my ankles, but I'm fine with that. Been doing a lot of quests while you were gone. Then I need to talk to him. Anything else I can do? This guy literally has like unlimited things to do. And he wants me to get more mushroom caps. Okay, so I've made him bleep. Yeah, like this one. I know that that one is because I just did it, and now he wants me to do the exact same quest all over again. I need to meet the map restorer for some reason. Yeah, I hate that how the goats like disappear if you fall off the smallest like rock. It's like, ah, me clankles and die. And we just fall like 15 meters. I got another bag extension. Collect bag fee. These are just repeat, yeah. Everything's for ranges for some reason. Alchemy and cooking I could work on though. Guten Morgen. What is that face? That's disgusting.
Charming, that's your mother's face.
That was disgusting, that face.
Stuff to be gone. You're going for breakfast at 9:30. I'm going to the school now to pack my lunch.
Ow, why am I getting beaten up? Bastards.
You're welcome.
No.
Going for breakfast at 9:30.
Because I've already had brekkie. Exactly. Yes.
3
Yes. Yes. Don't hurt me. Oh, thank God she's gone. Yes. Okay. You know what you should start playing again, though? You know what you need to start playing again? You should really start playing Battlefield 5. Like once, yeah, I know.
You need something, citizen?
Didn't you like it or something? Yeah. I love it. Yeah, I think it's the best game. Why is this only beginners? Where can I buy, like, not beginning stuff? I want to sell some armor. Oh, and you can sell these. These get you some good stuff. Someone just, like, died behind me. This guy's like an ogre, bro. He's got a massive axe and it's like an ogre. Yeah.
So, are you looking for something specific?
Level 7 now. Okay, where do you want me to meet you? Okay. This map is massive and we have searched the smallest bit of it. Yeah. Oh, I love this. That's what I say. Yeah, and after you've done that quest, we could probably head over to the Eastern Farmlands. And explore. Yeah. Which ones are the story missions? The what? Oh, the blue ones are. I don't have a blue mission active yet, like at the moment. Oh, that I don't know how to check my missions, cause like,
I always aim to meet my customers' needs.
what do you check your missions?
My goods are top quality, the very, very best.
Yeah, but I only have left bumper, and yep, there they are. There we go. I've got Redford's lesson. I pushed in on my stick and apparently it's tracking. Yeah, there we go. It's the crawling labyrinth. Use Redford's maze design in your bag to learn the recipe.
Okay.
Is that a consumable? Oh, here we go. I just used it. Obtain wrought iron to craft Redford's mace. Where do you get iron from? Oh, okay, it's down here. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna teleport down there and start crafting get some raw iron if you don't mind. And I'll meet you down there.
Not at all. What I do with my computer? You'll put these. Oh,
Ew, Gatorade! Ewy! Yeah, I'm joking. Okay, so I wonder how I get the iron.
Yeah.
Oh, like crystals.
Yeah.
I found one, but I can't mine it or do anything. I tried breaking it.
Get up to this.
Nope.
Way. Maybe.
Talk to who? Oh, it hasn't loaded in, that's why. Because no one's here. Because I've found the little clumps, but I think it just hasn't loaded in yet. When you live in Germany.
You live in Germany, so you're probably almost really right. That's up.
No, it's not.
Pretty. Full bottle of beer. I did. I did not.
I can't find them, like, unless they still haven't spawned properly.
So, your blueprint. Mine thing.
It says obtain wrought iron to craft Redford's mace. I am not stupid, thank you. You are. I know what you're talking about. I've mined them before, but okay, you know what? Let's just go for a ride to the farm we discovered. No, but I'm just gonna ride around for a bit and see if like this area loads up properly. Oh, get down here. The troll's down here if you want to kill it quick. Just how much health it's on. 72 HP. We can 68 now. I just did like 20% of its health. Damn, he's kicking me about though. Look, yes. I just killed him, yes. Loot him quick. You need to come into his butt. You need to come into his butt. Like literally, go into his butt to loot him. Literally. I don't know. Okay, let's head back now and see if the iron's working. What are bureaus? And I'm down because no one's attacking this guy. And now they are. Yeah, I was quickly taking out this guy, but no one's helping me up. Help me up, thank you. I'm getting helped up now. There we go. My character went ARG. Oh yeah, now they're working. There we go, I can mine them. There we go, I got one. And I got two. I need to go to the blacksmith's forge now. Have you got two of them?
Yeah, I did. There's actually a guy
Oh, there's a blacksmith in here. I don't have to teleport back to the town. How much damage does the mace do? What the hell? That's bullcrap. How to theft. No one's loaded in for me yet, so I'm gonna sit here and like cook everything that I haven't cooked. Apparently I don't have enough material for anything. How do I get more meat again? Oh wait, yeah, that is true. I think. Need to salvage some equipment. There we go. Salvage is done, and this guy still hasn't spawned in. Wait, is this him? Oh, I need to make it at the blacksmith's forge. It does 5 damage, bro. Okay, now I continue the blue quest over here. Let's fortify my gear. What do you mean? I can't fortify anything.
Or regret it later.
Yeah, but I don't have enough because I've already fortified them. Because now I need to upgrade weapon fortification stones. Where do I buy them again? Okay. I need to go to a holy trial arena. Where the hell is that? Number 8. You want to do that then? Wait, why am I the master of the guild now? Like I'm the leader of the guild apparently. Okay. Well, do I have to go into matchmaking now? Yep, then matchmaking, dungeon or battlefield was it? Dungeon? Holy trial, yep. Cannot request matchmaking. Cause Zed's, we have to kick him out of the, how do we kick him out of the party? Party, here we go. Remove party, there we go. Matchmaking, dungeons, arena 5. There we go. Enter the dungeon? And where do we go? Does it just teleport us somewhere and we're just like, wow. Ugh. It's ambushing. Thanks for the follow, mate. Use salt. Oh. Okay, we're here. Yeah, definitely do. because then I can tell him to go follow you. I want to do it. I want to do it. No, no, you. Aha, aha. Yes, I did. Oh, cutscene. That's not even me. So what? Doing a cutscene with a random person. Oh, that's who we're fighting. Can I kill him? Just let me kill him. It'll be easy. Okay, let's see how much damage does she have. Oh, I'm doing literally like 3 damage per hit, boys. Look how much I've already done. And she does nothing. She's doing like nothing for me, bro. Just gonna quickly take a potion, make sure my health's up. Oh, come on. You can actually just join it anyway. Let's just kill it quickly, because then we can just get this over and done with. You might want to heal up. $699 damage, bro. Oh, I missed her with that one. Why is she? She's only going for you because I'm too strong. I'll take her on if you want. Hee hee hee. Loot her. Loot her corpse. 100 gold. Wait. Oh, I forgot you can't teabag. God damn it. You should heal up. Do we have to fight someone else, or what else do we do? Do we just go back through the portal? That was easy. Wait. They're fake portals! Oh wait, what? Okay. I just walked into it and apparently it didn't work, and now I'm just teleporting somewhere else when I walked out. Fake portals gets teleported to another dimension. Oh, maybe not. Beast, thank you for the follow. What? Okay, now I have to go talk to someone. This dude. He's not cool because he's talking about a monster and wants me to do even more side quests. He's just pulled me into another side quest. I've already enhanced like everything, so I can't enhance anything. I'm gonna have to go buy a crap sword, aren't I? A crap axe, aren't I, to complete that mission? The one where I need to enhance something. Yeah, I know what I need. So come up here and let's kill these guys and see if we get any. I got cloth. These guys are so easy to kill, bro. Got another potion. More cloth scraps. Killing these mushrooms. These don't give you anything though. Like they give you gold and stuff, but not what I'm looking for. We might have to do some more side quests. I have 6 skill points that I haven't used, bro. What is C's? Oh, nice. Yeah, because it takes a while. Now I got plus 300 max HP, bro. So I just upgraded my skills. Yeah, we're gonna have to do more missions. This isn't getting me anything so I can enhance my equipment. Let me have a look at my thing. Wait, I go into... yeah. Wait, I'm quickly checking. Okay, I need to go to the other side of the river. So, let's teleport back to... wait. Yeah. I need to go back to the thing, the big citadel, the castle you could call it, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And then we need to go out the front way, the way we came in, and take a right. Use to teleport to... This 140. I've enchanted so many stuff, and it sucks that the quest gets you to do it, because I've literally just enchanted it before this quest. Like, literally when we were just in the Citadel before. Or the place. I literally did it, and it's just like, you're kidding me, right? My Blessed Pass tier is now level 3. Great, now I'm never talking to you again because I don't want to have that stupid quest again. Blaze Players? Where is it though? Oh, Bliss Pass. This ain't really a pass though, is it? Not really. What do you get for leveling up in it? My XP is 69%. Oh, here we go, rewards. Oh, wow. Get gold, recovery potions, gold boost tickets. Let me have a look at tier 100. Oh, it only goes to tier 50. And you get an epic chest. And you get an epic title. 300,000 gold at tier 46. How do you upgrade though? Yeah, your Blessed Pass. Yeah, but... No, but I want the premium, is what I mean. I don't know.
Hey, you actually... Holiday.
No, but how do you get premium? Yeah, because I want to buy premium. So all bonds to your account.
I'm a controller.
Ow. I think my phone's dead. Let me chuck it on charge quickly. I'll be back. There we go. While I'm waiting for that to charge, let's do this mission, huh?
Why, hello there.
Almost me. Follow me then.
Are you...
I'm in the city still. With my little goat. Come have a look at me and my goat. You see me and my goat? Let's go this way. Let's go. Where are you going? You need to go through here. You potato merchant. Oh. Oi, I take offense to that. My mother made the best potatoes. Oh, I went too far. Very hard to control. Plus with all like the lagginess. Why is it freezing 100% of the time? Your goat just exploded. Let's go this way. Come on. Let's go goat racing. This way. When it drifts a corner. It's like, wait, what the fuck's that? Oh, I've got the rev too high. Whee! Wait, there's a Treant! I'm gonna go kill it! Yahoo! Oh, he got me stuck. He did 800 damage to me in one quick one. Oh my god. And I'm dead. Climbing out of the arena, if you want to come and get me up here. Come get me. Oh, this guy's got me as well. Thank you all. Yes, I killed him! I killed him! I got a blighted branch. My healing's really quick, isn't it? Like, just look at that, and you're already up. What is it? Tormented spirits are up here. They look so cool, bro. Have a look at its corpse, quick. Get over here. Get over here. Look at the minimap. Oh, come up here. You see them floating around? Look at them. Look at them up here. Relentless mummy. Okay, let's take them on. These things are cool. What did I get? Elixir of Wellness 3 recipe. Oh, big boy's here. Oh, and I'm down. Kill him and then pick me up. Get me, little guy. Yeah, you need to hold it. How long do you take? Just pick me up already. Thank you. Okay, I need to kill more of these guys to get 9 haunted fragments, and I have 2 so far. Let me quickly eat something. Go back to my potions of healing, because I have 16 of them. Okay. That gave me a haunted fragment. There we go. That should give me 3 haunted fragments. I'm not sure how many it gave me. Let's kill some more. These are actually quite fun to kill. You already killed it. Nice. Look at this little dude. Okay, I got 5 out of 9. There you go, I took a potion instead. More gold, no spiritual thing. Okay, let's kill this big boy up here. That gave me a haunted fragment. These guys are so fun to kill. Yeah, boys. On me, I might need a bit of help. I'm not down, but like, to kill, yeah. I thought you were trying to revive me. Oh! I was healing up! Mother. Try hitting me one more time and be fast. Got 8 haunted fragments, need 1 more. Yeah, you. There we go. I'm just gonna kill this guy for fun. Yeah. Oh, there's a chest here. Okay. There's a chest here too, if you want to come and open it. I've got a bag piece. Come on, quick. And then we can get these haunted fragments. Fragmentas. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, you guys haunted. And this, and that, and that. There you go. Did you get a haunted fragment from it? One more. Oh. This guy can't hit me, my attacks are so fast. Did you get a haunted fragment from anyone? Nice. And we have to deliver the branch I got to a guy up here. Did you get the branch too? Yeah, I'm gonna have to give him my stick too. Hey look, I wonder what's in these when you... Oh, it's another gathering thing. Let me steal. What is it? Oh, it's luminous fruit again. Okay, let's go up here. These guys are too slow to chase after me. Let's go! Okay, we need to head down this way towards me. Yeah, down here. Because I see the light in the sky. Oh no, wait, that's a blue light. Where's the yellow light? Behind here, so we still need to go this way as well. Oh, it's the windmill! Let me give you my stick.
God's working mysterious ways, huh?
I got a weapon thing. Weapon enchantment thing.
Well met, friend.
Yeah, I think that's what I just got.
A little hard work.
No, I need a weapon one, because I was gonna upgrade my weapon. And I just got another one.
Well met.
No, because I need to do it back at the other guy. No, I need to do it back at the other guy. Is there a teleporter up here?
A little hard work never hurt anyone.
Of course not. Where's the closest teleport? The closest teleport is all the way back in the city. Looks like we're heading back to the city. Wait, we don't need to go back to the city. Directly in front of us, yeah. Oh yeah, I see it, yeah. Why is it in the middle of nowhere though? I was gonna say I'll race you to it, but then I saw you had the shortest and easiest path. The where? Yeah, the amphitheater. Goodbye. Because I've just teleported there. Ha ha ha. Migos? Dodo! Having a no-no with the bogos outside the homos. The no-nos. What the hell? I just spawned in and hear someone scream, no! I'm not a wolf, okay? I'm an cat thing. I don't know what I am, okay? I don't know what I identify as. E-I-O. Why? What happened? I have to wait for everything to spawn in now. He spawned in? Haha, yes. He spawned in. Yeah, you did. I've been talking to you the whole time. Oh no. There you go, I just fortified it. Now it does 459 damage.